The House will come to order. Please join Representative Woog in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me with pride in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Gregorio, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Bacon, Baisley, Benavidez, Burnett, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Bradfield, Caraveo, Carver, Catlin. Representative Catlin. Representative Catlin is excused. Cutter, Doherty, Duran. Representative Duran. Representative Duran is excused. Escar, Exum, Froelich, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray. Representative Gray. Representative Hanks, Herod. Representative Herod. Representative Herod is excused. Holtorf, Hooten, Jackson. Representative Jackson. Representative Jackson is excused. Judah. Representative Judah. Kennedy. Kip. Larson. Lontine. Luck. Lynch. McCluskey. McCormick. Representative McCormick. Representative McCormick is excused. McKean. Representative McKean. Representative McKean is excused. McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin. Representative McLaughlin is excused. Michelson Janae. Mullica. Neville. Ortiz.
Here.
Pelton. Pico. Ransom. Rich. Ricks. Representative Ricks. Representative Ricks is excused. Roberts. Sandridge. Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Sullivan. Tipper. Titone. Valdez A. Valdez D. Van Bever. Van Winkle. Weissman. Will. Williams. Woodrow. Woog. Young. Representative Young. And Mr. Speaker.
Got me? Yeah.
Okay, with 61 present, 4 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Journal of Wednesday, June 2nd, 2021 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion. Thank you, Representative Woog, that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The no's sounded like they had it, but the ayes clearly did, and the motion is approved. Announcements and introductions. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have asked for permission to be absent tomorrow and Saturday and have gotten approval from leadership.
I think I heard it, so approved, Representative Lontine. Further announcements and introductions. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. This is an announcement about today's Judiciary Committee business. As you can see up on the lovely screen here, we have 3 bills on our calendar, actually for 271, 273, 176. We also expect to bring Senate Bill 88 that was laid over back for action. We're in the big room again, the old State Library, and again, we are meeting on adjournment of our work here, whenever that is, probably 4 o'clock or sometime thereafter. See you this afternoon.
Thank you, Representative Weissman. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting right upon adjournment of the floor within a few minutes, seconds maybe. We will hear 1326, 1827, 32, 158, 242, 243, 258, 288, 289, 291 as reflected in your calendar. Additionally, members, we are adding 2 bills to the appropriations calendar. We will be hearing 1330 and 1325.
Thank you, Representative Harrod. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of House, State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs will be meeting upon adjournment in LSBA. Yes, it'll actually be in LSBA this time. We won't be pulling any last-minute changes here. I am, however, changing the order. We will first hear Senate Bill 272, and then second, we will hear Senate Bill 87.
Can the Capitol Choir come on down? Capitol Choir. I'm not going to let this one slip through the cracks. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Capitol Choir, come on down. We have a birthday today. Where's the birthday representative? He went home. There he is.
It's Mark Snyder's birthday.
Should like link arms. All righty. It's a big choir. We're ready. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alice. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
Happy birthday, Representative A. Valdez. Mr. Gregori, we have a tribute, actually. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a tribute that I'd ask Mr. Gregorio to read it out loud, please.
State of Colorado, the House of Representatives, convened in the 73rd General Assembly, hereby extends sincere commendations to the steelworkers of the city of Pueblo. The state of Colorado is proud to recognize and honor the steelworkers of the great city of Pueblo. We send our appreciation to these workers for their dedication that has made Pueblo the Steel City. The members of the Colorado House of Representatives also send their well wishes for a swift and complete recovery to those 8 workers injured in the recent Evraz plant explosion, as well as their families and all those impacted by this accident. Steelworkers have been fundamental to the economic and cultural development of Pueblo throughout its history, making it one of Colorado's most diverse cities. Furthermore, the city is known throughout the world for producing the strongest and most reliable rail tracks. Since the creation of the steel mill on the south side of town in 1882, Pueblo steelworkers have been a testament to hard work and industry, not only helping Pueblo thrive, but the state of Colorado as well. The members of the Colorado House of Representatives honor these accomplishments and thank the workers past and present for all that they have done. On request of Majority Leader Danae Escar, given this 3rd day of June, 2021, State Capitol, Denver.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, thank you for your attention today. The picture behind me is from this weekend when we had a furnace actually explode on site on Saturday night around 5 o'clock at a shift change. I was instantly inundated with phone calls from friends and members, or friends and their family members, wanting to know what I knew. There were initial reports of deaths, which was a very scary moment for all of us. Thankfully, and I say that in a very weird way, only 8 were injured. There were no deaths. The last 2 steelworkers that were in the hospital in Denver here for burn issues, one was released last night, but there is still 1 person in ICU with massive burns on his entire body. We're still talking with Evraz, and there is an OSHA investigation happening to see exactly what happened. But many of you know I share this story often. Both of my grandfathers worked here and faced this type of danger every single day to make the steel that literally forged the West in southern Colorado, in the United States. And I'm so incredibly proud to be a granddaughter of 2 hardworking steelworkers, to have something like this happen and literally not know if some of my friends were okay, and taking calls from some of their wives wanting to know if, because I'm a state legislator, I may have heard something. As a community, we always rally together, and we always come back stronger. And to hear some of the words of some of the steelworkers who are actually injured, if you read some of the news articles talking about how this isn't going to stop them from their job, they're going to continue forging ahead and continue doing the work that we do because that's who we are in Pueblo, was so humbling. I just wanted to take a minute today to let them know that our hearts are with all of them. And I'm also just want to make sure that I put it out there that, this was a major furnace that actually creates the steel that helps them make the products they make. And I'm not sure what that's going to mean for the next few months for the city of Pueblo and for these workers who depend on the steel that comes out of this furnace to be able to do their job. So I just ask that you all keep Pueblo in your thoughts and in your prayers, and know that we will overcome. We're built in steel, and we will continue to thrive in southern Colorado. But I wanted to take a moment today to really just give my heartfelt appreciation to all the workers, but especially to those 8 people who were injured and all of their families who've been dealing with the stress of not knowing what's going on for the last few days. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Majority Leader Escar. Representative D. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Majority Leader. Yes, it is a tragedy of what happened on Saturday at the steel mill, not only for the workers, but their families. And, no accident or tragedy should ever happen, but when it does happen, those that get hurt are the ones who continue to not only suffer the consequences, and we want to make sure this never happens again. With that, I want to thank Majority Leader once again, because as Pueblo continues to work and come together, I have family and friends that work there at the steel mill, and we want to make sure everyone's safe and moving forward in all aspects. So thank you.
Thank you to both of you. With that, see no further announcements or introductions, we will go to reading reports of committees of reference. Mr. Gregorio.
Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends House Bill 1325 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1327 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 190 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 233 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 282 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1309 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 280 be amended as follows and be so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1328 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Transportation and Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1329 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 262 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. We will go to Majority Leader Escar. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're going to stand in recess, so Appropriations has time to meet, but we will come back. We may have another committee report to read, and then we will continue on with the work that we have scheduled for today. Thank you. And with that, I move we stand in recess.
See no objection, the House will stand in recess. Julie? Oh. The House will come back to order. Actually, I'll just do it. The House will come back to order. Committees of reference.
Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services. After consideration of the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1330 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Great. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having read those committee reports, I move that the House stand in recess.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess. House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. House Bill 1325 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1326 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1330 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 18 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 27 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 32 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 158 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 242 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 243 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 258 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 288 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 289 be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 291 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. House Bill 1320 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 137 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Gregorio. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of special orders. Great. I move the following bills be made special orders today, June 3rd at 10:19 a.m. Senate Bill 194, House Bill 1309, Senate Bill 280, Senate Bill 18, Senate Bill 146, Senate Bill 199, Senate Bill 243, House Bill 1325, House Bill 1330, House Bill 1328, House Bill 1326, Senate Bill 169, Senate Bill 103, Senate Bill 279, Senate Bill 288, Senate Bill 289, Senate Bill 291, Senate Bill 27, Senate Bill 242, Senate Bill 158, Senate Bill 282, Senate Bill 258, Senate Bill 32, Senate Bill 175. There will be papers up here available for everybody to keep you in order. We ask that you pay attention to where your bill is and be in the chamber so we can get through this list. Thanks so much.
Seeing no objection.
10:20 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the bills laid out by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 10:20 a.m. Representative Jackson. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Jackson will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. And yes, indeed, friends, the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Gregoria, please read the title to Senate Bill 194.
Senate Bill 194 by Senator Buckner, also Representative Harrod, concerning maternal health and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 194 and the Appropriations and Health Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Appropriations Committee appropriated the funding needed to implement this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Health and Insurance Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Health and Insurance Committee made several amendments to ensure that hospitals and providers can implement the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Health and Insurance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Health and Insurance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill continues the work of the Maternal Mortality Review Committee and ensures that we are moving in the right direction for improving the outcomes for maternal and infant health. I ask for an aye vote.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 194. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 194 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1309.
House Bill 1309 by Representatives Roberts and Carver, concerning measures related to permitting continuing a criminal trial because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1309 and the Judiciary Committee report.
To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Judiciary Committee, we adopted a strike below, which is now the bill, as well as one other amendment that further narrowed the scope of this bill. That's what the strike below did as well after a lot of stakeholder work and a lot of testimony, so I'd ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representatives. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, you might remember the State of the Judiciary speech that we had here a few months ago, where the Chief Justice of the state of Colorado told all of us that there was a serious trial backlog in our court systems across the state, in every judicial district, in every courthouse because of the pandemic. He asked us to do something, and this is what this bill is one of those things that he asked that we consider. What this bill is before you is a very narrowly tailored approach that gives relief to our judicial department so that we can give victims their day in court, so that defendants have a fair trial, and that jurors can feel safe when they come in for their civic duty. We had a lot of conversation, a lot of discussion about this bill. That's why it's coming later in the session, because it was very long stakeholdered with a lot of input. The strike below we adopted reflects a lot of that input, makes it clear that we are going to prioritize defendants who are in custody before we prioritize defendants who are out of custody, that courts still use all available means to get cases to trial, and that district attorneys find ways to deal with cases prior to going to trial. But it is important that a victim, that a defendant, and that the community have jury trials happen in their communities, and that they not be pushed off or not happen because of the pandemic. This bill is very narrowly tailored, as I stated. I very much thank my co-prime sponsor, Representative Carver, for working on this bipartisan issue. This is something we need to get done for our state so that our judicial system can continue to operate the way that we need it to.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, just to be clear, Colorado is, let me back up. The Constitution provides a speedy trial standard in criminal trials. That is defined by Supreme Court case law, what that time frame should be. There are some states, like Colorado, that by statute define speedy trial much more narrowly than the constitutional requirement. And that was fine until we hit COVID and got these huge number of backlog cases. And so, like many other states that already had flexibility in their statutes, and some states don't have statutes at all on speedy trial, they just rely, they follow the constitutional requirements. That's all this is doing, is we are providing flexibility for the judiciary, still well within the constitutional Sixth Amendment standards for speedy trial. There is nothing in this bill that is contrary to Sixth Amendment speedy trial. But this also ensures that we don't run the risk of having homicide cases, sex abuse against children. We heard the numbers on the significant number of murder cases, sex abuse against children, other very serious, violent felonies that need to go to trial. And this current restriction in our state statute, which does not provide any current flexibility, is running the risk that justice will not be done and that the trial will not take place. And what does that trial mean? Presumption of innocence for the defendant, burden of proof by the government beyond a reasonable doubt, and an opportunity for the victims of crime to be heard. It is the functioning of our criminal justice system. And so that is why this bill is so important. Again, completely consistent with all constitutional requirements. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there, Speaker Pro Tem Benavides?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me say, I don't disagree with what you just heard from the sponsors. We do have a problem. There was sufficient evidence or testimony, I shouldn't say evidence, testimony that was made both by the prosecution side and the defense side that we do have a backlog. And we need to figure out how to address it. The difference, though, is how do we do this? And you know, all I can say is that this is a legislative proposal to allow the courts to extend speedy trial up to an additional 3 months. And when we talk about Sixth Amendment, your Sixth Amendment right to a speedy trial is an individual right. It is not a right of the courts. It's not a right of the DAs. It's not even a right of the defense. It is of the individual. And during COVID, in order to address some of this backlog and the fact that the courts weren't meeting, there was a rule change, a court rule change that allowed an additional 3 months to extend that from what's in statute, which is 6 months. So there is ways to do this, but this is asking the legislature to make a decision that we want to impinge on the individual constitutional right of an individual. And when we craft legislation, members, that we do try to address real legitimate problems that we face and that our institutions face, in this case, the courts. But often those measures, they ignore or they minimize the impact on individuals in our community. And those are the things that we need to care about. People who can hire an attorney, that they can afford bond, they're out of jail and they're awaiting trial. And that's really hard just of itself. They may be at home waiting trial. I just heard of someone who has been waiting on their trial for up to 2 years. You know, you carry that in your mindset and you can't really move on with your life if you're facing charges and you're waiting for trial. But who it really, truly impacts the most are individuals who can't get out of jail because they can't afford a bond. And honestly, members, those are poor people, people without means. And a disproportionate number of those people are people of color, are mentally ill people. They don't have the means to get out, so they're sitting in jail. So an extra 3 months of them sitting in jail is a lot. Since they've already been in there because they can't afford to get out, they've probably already lost their jobs. They may have lost their homes. They may have lost custody of their children. There's a lot of things they have faced. And we didn't hear any testimony from anybody that's in prison. And if they want their right, their constitutional right to a speedy trial to be given up without their consent, we didn't hear from that. But you know who we did hear from, members, which was a little surprising to me, is that usually on bills in judiciary, we hear from a handful of DAs and we hear maybe a handful of public defenders. In this case, we heard from over 18 public defenders. Those public defenders included people, individuals that represent people in your communities, from Fremont County, from Park County, from Salida, from my county of Adams, from La Junta. I mean, the public defender came up from La Junta, from Pueblo, from Jefferson County, from Durango, from Montrose, from Dillon, from Steamboat Springs, from El Paso County, Teller County, Grand Junction, Summit County, Larimer County, Sterling, Arapahoe County, Denver County, Boulder, Douglas County, from all over the state saying, this can be fixed in other ways. Actually, many of those public defenders say that we have measures in our control right now, the prosecution and the defense. They have measures to address backlogs, things like plea agreements, things like mediation, settlement conferences. They can also dismiss a case without prejudice to be able to bring the case again. They aren't doing all of those things. You know, some of the public defenders said, yeah, we have a backlog, but we're ending up waiting till the trial before we even get consideration of a plea. You know, members, it's a mistake to say to the courts, the DAs, the public defenders, to say, let us do the hard, dirty work. Let us take that constitutional right away from somebody that it impacts. Members, that's too easy of an answer. We shouldn't do that. They've already shown they can do a court rule. They can make that change. And I said this, which was a quote from one of the people that testified, that this is a departure from Sixth Amendment jurisprudence. And one of the sponsors who said, yes, we set that 6 months in statute. If you pull up the Sixth Amendment in the Constitution, it has no time frame. And yes, we can change statutes, and that's what we're doing here. And I'm telling you, it's a mistake, because we're taking the individual right of individuals away without asking them. And they would tell you, I want to go to trial. Or they would have asked for a continuance. Members, this is too easy of an answer, that we should never be in the position of doing that, of weighing the administrative burden that COVID or anything else has brought upon us against the individual constitutional rights of any individual. Most of the people awaiting trial have not been convicted of anything. You know, you could have been arrested early in COVID and still be sitting there because you couldn't afford to get out. And maybe you're not guilty. We heard testimony where they finally came to trial and the charges were dismissed. Those could have been done before. Members, I think that our oath that we take to uphold the Constitution means, particularly when we're talking about the Bill of Rights, because those are individual rights. They are not rights for our agencies, our department, or for government. This is a governmental problem that we are putting on the backs of individuals, and I think it's a mistake, and I urge a no vote.
Is there any Representative Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. I respect your legal mind and experience. I just need to make very clear, this bill does not take away anybody's constitutional rights. As an attorney, two attorneys up here, and attorney to attorney, that would never be something I would put my name on. The 6-month time frame is a statutory guideline. We are asking for the statute to be temporarily modified because of this historic pandemic. And another part of the bill says very clearly that if a court makes a motion to continue a trial under this subsection, there needs to be an immediate bond hearing for that defendant with the presumption of release. These are safeguards that have been carefully crafted to try to make sure that we can have juries safely return to our courtrooms so that justice can be done and that a defendant has their right to a timely trial satisfied. This bill is not taking away anybody's constitutional rights.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Oh, it is such an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. And to the co-sponsors, I just wanted to be able to put on the record my concerns and thoughts. Yesterday, I struggled with moving this bill out of committee. While I do understand the notions of constitutionality, at the end of the day, the burden of the backlog will be on those who have to do the waiting while in jail. We did a lot of work to bring down that time from 6 months to 3, and I think that is certainly laudable, but the challenge that I have is, given the work that we've tried to do to streamline any sort of conditions to which someone would be jailed, including talking about the amount of time before someone could be heard for bond, clearing beds, after the things we've learned from COVID. I think that at the end of the day, we have to figure out where is the cost of this going to lie. And for me, I do want to recognize all of the public defenders, but more importantly, the defendants, those who are currently sitting in jail. The decision that we make really determines an outcome for them. And so it is a difficult one. And it was a difficult one for me. And so I just wanted to be able to say to the sponsors, it is something that I am still considering, and I hope that we all can think about this as well before we vote on it.
Is there any further discussion? And Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bacon. Reminded me of one thing that I need to make clear and thank the public defenders for their collaboration on the strike below. We heard testimony a couple weeks ago. We worked with them on a strike below. The public defenders are no longer opposed to this bill.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to emphasize that point. We continue to work with Maureen Kane, with Public Defender. They came to neutral with the amendment that we did, tailoring this additional flexibility. And we also heard very clearly from the judges. Over 60 murder trials pending, with the risk of those charges having to be dismissed and never brought to trial. Over 100 serious sexual abuse cases against children. The judges, as the other states have already in their statute, other states have flexibility built in for these unforeseen contingencies. We did not. That's why the judicial branch came to us and said, we need to be able to hold these trials. It is the defendant's right. It is the defendant's right to plead not guilty and to bring these charges to trial and put the government to their proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It is also a critical part of our criminal justice system that the victims have their day in court, and that we not risk having these very serious charges, the most serious crimes, dismissed because it is hitting a 6-month window just because our statutory provision, unlike almost every other state, doesn't provide flexibility for unforeseen circumstances. This is absolutely within our 3-month for in custody, 6-month out of custody flexibility is absolutely well within the Sixth Amendment right to speedy trial. There is absolutely no issue with that. And if you need any other assurance of that, it's the fact that the public defenders signed off on this amendment and went to neutral. And I can tell you, Maureen Kane, for whom I have great respect, a ferocious public defender. I would like to think I was once a ferocious public defender, which I was. You would not give up. You would not give up a legal argument to zealously defend your client if that argument was there, members. I ask for a yes vote.
And Representative Carver, we are all assured that you are a ferocious public defender. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1309? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1309. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1309 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 280.
Senate Bill 280 by Senators Fields and Cooks, also Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning crimes that are bias motivated.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 280 and the Judiciary Committee report.
Top of the morning to you too, my friend. To the Judiciary Committee report.
Thank you. In the Judiciary Committee, we added some language that in my mind is getting upstream of the subject of the introduced bill, or the re-engrossed bill as it comes to us, which is harassment and bias-motivated crime. What we're trying to do without any fiscal cost is to simply set up a mechanism by which the Department of Public Safety can seek gifts, grants, and donations to do what I would just summarize as awareness training, to make training available so that people kind of know what to watch for in terms of bias-motivated attacks, which we know are on the rise. We expect there'll be further conversation in future years. Maybe the body will decide to make appropriations, but for now, this is kind of just getting a framework in place. We ask for your support on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, gentlemen. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we're doing here is we're actually effectuating the laws on the books here in Colorado concerning bias-motivated harassment and bias-motivated crime. As we have seen since 2017, we have had a doubling of bias-motivated crimes here in Colorado, also known as hate crimes. What we're doing in this bill is we're updating the law so that no longer can a perpetrator escape liability from these laws by saying they had bias as a motive but not the motive, meaning they had two motives or more than one, I should say. So that we're holding them accountable even if they have more than one motivation in committing the crime, so long as they are motivated in whole or in part because of that person's actual or perceived race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, physical or mental disability, or sexual orientation. Members, this is a good bill. It's really a cleanup bill. This was brought to us by one of our own district attorneys, John Kellner from the 18th, and ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a lot to add to the summary provided by my co-prime sponsor. This is just about making the laws that we have on the books and should have on the books work a little bit more effectively. We should penalize bias-motivated harassment. We should penalize bias-motivated assault. What we've identified in attempting to bring these crimes, which have been on the rise, to justice is that this question of mixed motives has been problematic in prosecution. What we have is a very concise, very simple, I think very elegant solution to that. Credit to Senator Fields, who got the ball rolling and talking with law enforcement officials in our community, which, as the most diverse community in Colorado, is powerfully impacted by these kind of offenses. Also want to point out that we are adding bias-motivated harassment to our list of VRA offenses, which creates certain statutory rights for notification and involvement in the criminal legal process for those who are victims of these offenses, and I think appropriately so. So with that, we ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 280. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 280 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 18.
Senate Bill 18 by Senator Moreno, also Representative Escar, concerning continuing the necessary document program indefinitely and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 18.
And the
Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we just continued the funding of this existing program.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report, still the ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 18 is a bill that continues a program that already exists in Colorado. It helps Coloradans who are in need of identification documents for many reasons. Generally, they need these several documents that provide your name, age, identity, citizenship to get a Colorado-issued ID card. During this economic crisis, with thousands of Coloradans losing their jobs, health care, and even their housing, we've got to do everything we can to make it easier for folks to actually get back on their feet. And that includes ensuring that the cost of an ID is not a barrier to getting back to work. If you've lost your job and you're trying to get a new job and you don't have an ID, you probably don't have all of the means necessary to be able to get that ID to get that job. This is an existing proven program that is already in existence in Colorado. This bill just continues that program. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 18. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You know what? The ayes have it. I heard him. Senate Bill 18 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 146.
Senate Bill 146 by Senator Lee, also Representative Bacon, concerning measures to improve prison release outcomes and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 146 and the committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. We were actually able to save some dollars with this work, and so we were able to reallocate those, particularly to cover some pre-planning costs, as well as some work to support the parole board. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. I heard the ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary report, Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. This bill...
to the Judiciary Committee report, Representative Bacon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, members. I'm sorry, I'm frazzled. Okay. In Judiciary, we were able to pass amendments to be able to adjust some of the appropriations, suggestions that came out of Senate. We were also able to clean up some language and some redundancies so that the content of the bill was a little bit more clear. So I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative.
Thank you, members. This bill comes out of work that we identified could be done better and more efficiently, particularly after and during the pandemic. Senate Bill 146 primarily focuses on creating clarity between Department of Corrections and the parole board on the area of special needs parole. And so special needs parole is the type of parole issued out to inmates who have some questions around their competency, their age, as well as their capacity. And so in this bill, we said that those who qualify in 4 different areas, we provided clarity on the language of who qualifies for special needs parole. We also then said what the parole board will have to consider, as usual, in standard parole issues, as well as the work that the parole board can do to help streamline the parole process. So we added that each inmate will be able to have some pre-parole planning support, that the parole board will be sure that parole plans are created. We also created support from the public defender to be able to help those who may be seeking parole, who have outstanding legal issues such as tickets and warrants. And we also set up the space where the public defender could support any inmate that may be that may appear as incompetent or incapacitated to not only finish their sentence but to withstand a parole hearing. So, members, I just want to be able to clarify this again. There was conversation in judiciary about two things. First is, what is the criterion for eligibility, which just means your status. The second is, when will you be issued parole? And so on the first, when it comes to the criterion and the status, it primarily focuses on, are you 55 years old or older and incapacitated? And all of this is determined by medical healthcare providers. The second category is anyone who has a chronic, terminal, or irreversible condition and is incapacitated. Anyone who is 64 and older who has served at least 20 years with some limitations I'll get to, and anyone who is deemed incompetent and will not be restored to competency during their sentence. So if you are convicted of a level 1 felony with life with parole, you must have served the 20 years. If you're a level 1 felony with life without parole, you are not eligible for special needs parole unless you are terminal with less than a year to live. For level 2 felonies, you must have served at least 10 years. And for level felonies all the way up to level 2, you are not eligible for this if you have been convicted of a crime that includes the unlawful sexual behavior, domestic violence, or stalking. And again, this clarity was much needed. There is no opposition to the bill. DOC was a part of this along with the parole board because it was unclear who determines what. Now, when it comes to not just eligibility, but if you will actually receive parole, we built the fiscal note off of the regular percentage of those who actually receive parole, which is around 43%. We're talking about no more than, or around 300 people who this might impact. But again, we don't anticipate just because you are eligible doesn't mean you will be paroled. We moved the question about risk of safety to the community from the responsibility of the Department of Corrections to determine to the parole board. So that standard is still there. The parole board assesses safety and risk to community, the victim impact statements, notifies the DAs, the completion of the parole plan, as well as feasibility. So I just wanted to be able to share that with folks. There are two different boxes. Again, all of the stakeholders have worked on this and have agreed that we have not moved out responsibilities. Rather, we have shifted them to different teams to do different things. And again, I urge and I vote on this as it provides much needed clarity, much needed support in regards to parole planning, and it helps all of those involved understand where we are now to be able to strengthen this work moving forward as well. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this bill. Members, this bill is making significant changes to our current law on who is eligible for release, early parole, as a special needs offender. So under current law, we would have a combination of the age of the individual in one category, but then incapacitated either in their physical health or their mental health. And here's the language: incapacitated to the extent that the offender, he or she, is not likely to pose a risk to public safety. So it's a chronic physical or mental condition that provides that where the incapacity itself is determined that if we release them early, there is not a risk to public safety. that language is being wiped off the statute books, okay? So right now, whether it is the Department of Corrections or the State Board of Parole, we are eliminating the current language of determining that the person is incapacitated to the extent he or she is not likely to pose a risk to public safety. So let's just start with that. How are we changing that law, and why do I believe that this change in eligibility, who is considered a special needs offender, creates a public safety risk? First of all, we are, for those 55 years and older who are diagnosed with a physical or mental condition that is chronic, again, the standard is not incapacitated, it causes serious impairment. And that is defined. It's a much looser standard. So again, our whole analysis on the standard for public safety is weakened. Yes, there is language for the parole board consideration, but it is much weaker than what the current law is. Now, interestingly, this bill adds a whole new category that has absolutely nothing to do with incapacity, physical or mental. It just says if you're 64 years of age or older and you've served at least 20 years. So this can be 20 years from a single offense, or it might be, that might be the aggregate sentence if you committed various crimes. So if you're 64, you've served 20 years or more, you are now eligible to be considered as a special needs offender. There's no finding of incapacity here. You get thrown into the pool of eligibility for early release. Now, does the parole board look at criminal history? Yes, they look at a number of things. But the standard is, are they likely to pose a public safety risk? Again, much weaker than incapacitated to the extent in their physical or mental health that they would not reoffend and not pose a public safety risk. But that's not all, members. It used to be that DOC physicians, either in-house physicians or under contract to DOC, made determinations of mental or physical impairment or chronic health condition. No more under this bill. Under this bill, it is opened up for the offender to get this diagnosis from a private licensed healthcare provider. Could be a doctor chosen by the inmate or the inmate's family. Doesn't have to be tied to DOC at all. And now we are simply going to take the diagnosis by the private doctor who makes this finding, whereas before it was doctors working for DOC in some capacity. So in significant ways, members, we are increasing the risk to public safety. We are expanding the universe of inmates who are eligible for release, early parole under this. And we are weakening what the standards are in every respect, from how the medical exam is done for physical and mental health. We're weakening that. We're weakening the review standard to determine risk to public safety. And so, quite frankly, when we are looking to see whether this strikes the right balance between compassionate release, and we should have compassionate release and consideration of prisoners who in fact are special needs. What in the world is special needs about a prisoner who has reached 64? I'm on the other side of 60, so that's not far away for me, and on some days I'm pretty lively. Reach the age of 64 in perfect health, and the only other criteria is that you've served 20 years of your sentence. Maybe you've been convicted of one serious charge or multiple. Doesn't matter. You're now eligible as a special needs offender. How, members, seriously? Is this within the spirit of considering special needs consistent with public safety? For victims who were hurt by these offenders, where's the consideration for them? For the community and the risk that early release provides, where is the consideration of that factor, which I thought was supposed to be a core element? Weakened in this bill, members, I ask for a no vote.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Representative Carver, and I must say, I do have the utmost respect for you, but I respectfully disagree on some of the points that you raised. This is not a zero-sum game of if you're 64 and have served 20 years that you get out of jail. And to frame it that way, I think does not take into account the professionals that we have between Department of Corrections and the Parole Board. I will say that again, this bill was worked on with DOC and the Parole Board, and again, you won't find opposition from them. We are talking about eligibility, not release. So we are trying to define what are the circumstances that even allow the question to be asked. Parole and the determination of parole has not changed. The notion of an incapacity to the extent of a safety risk, again, we want to say that it is not gutted. We were clear on who makes that determination because it was unclear before that. All of the time that we led up to this, between the two departments, without having the definitions or the clarity, led to not only inefficiencies but mistakes. The Parole Board will continue to ask these hard questions. It's not just because you're 64 and have served 20 years. There is a litany of questions and requirements and considerations that are considered. This also came up because Department of Corrections is asking themselves if they have the ability or if they can take on the risks and the costs to taking care of people who need care that medical professionals may be able to provide better. The number of people, if you look at our fiscal note, of those of the people who were eligible, and again, we're just talking about eligibility, not who will be released, are 27. This is not a trove of thousands of people. There are 12 people who have dementia. Can Department of Corrections take care of them better than a medical professional who, as we named in this bill, are either under contract with DOC or have already been heavily involved with the inmates' health care? This is not doctor shopping as well. I will say that in regards to the question about those who are impaired, we did not have a definition, again, on what that meant. And so the purpose of this bill is to say that Department of Corrections needs to assess who can be cared for or not, what is the level of care required, and they need to assess if someone has reached just, again, a level of status for eligibility. The parole board will take all of these things into consideration. We all care about our victims and survivors. We all care about the public safety of our community, including the parole board, who will ask, will this person be a risk to the community? What is the care? And is the diagnosis, if not status of health, as defined by a medical professional, something that means that they will not be able to act out on these things? So again, this bill is not about determinations, it is about definitions. And it's about understanding that there is particular type of work for people who are incompetent, people who are not mobile, people who have illnesses that leave them terminal. The question is this the best place for them to be served, as well as is this a risk to safety, as well as what is the impact to the community, as well as what is the victim impact statement? All of those things are still there. And so I just want to say again, both of the agencies worked on this. It did get bipartisan support because we understand that the total number of people we are talking about just by way of eligibility, which is not who will actually be paroled, is not to the place that we will be, wreaking havoc on our communities. So again, members, I hope that you can read through this language. I'll be able to provide some pieces of information as well. But I just don't want, again, the purpose of this bill is not to be able to strike up some of these feelings of hurt. It is to be able to find about those efficiencies, abilities, and clarity so people can do their jobs better. Thank you.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to read from the fiscal note as far as the number of inmates that are going to be covered by this bill as special need offenders under the new expanded definition. Under the bill, 352 inmates would become eligible for special needs parole. 352. This amount includes incapacitated inmates, 41, inmates with serious impairments, 272. The serious impairments are ages 55 and older, and then, quote, who have serious impairments, relatively low standard defined in the bill, who are at least 64 years old, with no impairment, by the way, 27 of those at least 64 years old, or who have dementia, 12. That is directly from the fiscal note, members. 352 persons under this expanded eligibility for special needs offender. And respectfully to my colleague, Rep. Bacon, who I do respect very much, and as I mentioned in committee, there are aspects of this bill that, for example, reentry plan, and some of the things that we have talked about in judiciary that are so important. Aspects of parole and not recidivism that I agree with. But the core of the bill is redefining who is eligible as a special needs offender and eliminating or weakening the public safety standard to just say for the parole board is not likely to cause a risk to public safety. That is vastly different than saying you have a chronic physical or mental condition diagnosed by a DOC physician, and your incapacity is so significant that the incapacity itself means you do not pose a risk to public safety. Vastly different standard. And respectfully, there is nothing in this bill that stops physician shopping, doctor shopping. Not one word in this bill stops that. It simply adds the language that to the extent the eligibility is dependent upon a finding of chronic physical or mental impairment, instead of it being restricted to a DOC physician, which is current law, it says or private doctor. No prohibition about the inmate or the inmate's family doctor shopping, hiring somebody to do the diagnosis and exam, and coming to the desired conclusion. Nothing in the bill that says that if this is a result of diagnosis by a private doctor, that there has to be review and further approval by DOC doctors. None of those guardrails are in this bill. And so, respectfully, members, I support, as we have in current law, a process for special needs. For the aged prisoners that have severe illnesses, those types of issues, we have that process for special needs, and that is right. But this takes special needs so beyond the spirit of this program and opens it up for eligibility for parole. Now, and I don't believe I misstated earlier, but I will clarify. We're talking eligibility for parole. That's what this definition does. It vastly expands the pool of who would be eligible, then considered by the parole board. So if I wasn't clear before, I want to make that clear now. But under current law, what is the standard that the parole board would apply? Incapacitated to the extent it will not pose a risk to public safety. That standard is wiped off the books, not just for DOC, but for the parole board. And the substituted language is not likely to pose a risk. Members, I see a significant difference between those two, especially with all the other changes and weakening of the safeguards. And so how does this balance the needs of public safety and the needs of the victims of those who committed the crimes? To say that we are going to make these folks eligible for early release as special needs offenders when in fact 64 and serving 20 years, there is nothing special needs about that within the spirit of this program, respectfully. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there Representative Lynch?
Unless you've got a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you kindly. It is an honor to serve with you as well.
So as the one of two non-lawyers in the Judiciary Committee, I have to translate all of this legal speak into what seems to be common sense. And I want to compliment my colleague for the spirit of what I think this bill is trying to do. One of the things it does that makes me pretty happy is it saves money. It's got very rarely do you see the negative number on these fiscal notes, so I appreciate that and I appreciate the spirit of it. But back to my role of interpreting, yesterday, I don't know if you saw it, we made the front page of the paper here, Bill's target state's legal system. And we've got a lot of those that are coming through, and there'll be more fodder for the authors on that. So I always try to interpret, what does this bill mean to constituents? What does this mean to people that are not in subsection 3, sub A, B, into the nuts and bolts of this stuff? And this bill, quite frankly, is just another statement coming out of this House that we're trying to be some way lenient on criminals. Now, granted, there's obviously some common sense that goes into this. If somebody doesn't pose a need, or pose a harm, let's not continue to keep them under our care at $70,000 a year. But one of the things that really bugged me about this bill is the part that mentions that the health of this individual can be interpreted by somebody other than somebody under DOC. And it's only in here a couple of times, but we saw what went down with medical marijuana and how that system got taken advantage of by having a doctor that you could convince that your chronic knee pain wouldn't go away unless you had a prescription. This creates the scenario, I honestly believe, that kind of allows that to potentially happen within the early consideration for release of prisoners. So I would like to offer an amendment, and you guys know anything about me, I usually don't do it unless I'm serious. I'd like to move Amendment L010, which takes care of that language. It makes me a little more excited about the bill. There you go.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is really a simple amendment, and all it does is it just takes out those provisions that allow a private licensed healthcare provider involved in patient care to the inmate. So that I don't know how inmates interact with the exterior world and how they can potentially get a physician that's not under DOC. This just strikes that out and just makes sure it doesn't change the spirit of the bill at all. It just makes sure that those are not just simply private licensed physicians, but physicians that work under DOC. So I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the spirit of this amendment, but I want to be clear that DOC does contract, and most of their medical providers are not state employees, and so especially in rural areas where these facilities exist, and so this would severely limit their capacity to implement this program, and so. And this language was initially written by the Department of Corrections for this bill based on how they actually operate. So I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Carver. Representative Litch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me clarify, because you may know more about this than I do. So what you're saying is that these private licensed healthcare are contractors? Because it wasn't very clear. I think in the language of the bill it actually said by licensed healthcare providers who is employed by or under contract with the department or by a private licensed healthcare provider. So it takes them out of the purview, this is out of contract sort of healthcare.
Representative Herod.
Thank you. And so as you think about specialists that they need, they might call out for a specialist that will come in. And again, they're not employed by the state or even contracted, but they can still make that diagnosis, especially when we're talking about some of these complex conditions. And so that is, they don't need those people on staff, right? They don't need, especially for the limited number of folks that they have. And so if they get that diagnosis, then that is where this bill is. And again, I'll remind folks that this language came from the Department of Corrections, but additionally, they're not opposed to this either. This entire bill, and I think that's important to note. If the Department of Corrections felt like this was overburdensome or didn't allow a correct process, they wouldn't be neutral on this bill and providing this helpful language. So I do ask for a no vote on this amendment. Again, we don't want to get into the business of having the state having to employ multiple specialists and doctors in order to implement this program. We want to make sure that they can continue to do the work that they're doing in the way that they are doing it and providing that needed medical care. So I ask for a no vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was very helpful to have the legislative liaison from DOC at the Judiciary Committee, and we had a most useful Q&A on this very point. First of all, he was careful to say that DOC was neutral on the bill. Okay? With regard specifically to this, the subject of this amendment, in a series of Q&A, I posed the question whether or not this language would allow the inmate or the inmate's family to go find their own doctor. And the answer is, he said he didn't see where that would be limited, that may not be the intent, but nor did he see anything that would limit that or negate that. The other aspect is that, in other words, there was nothing in the language that would restrict that. It was also my understanding from the Q&A that the current ways that these exams are done is either DOC doctors or those under contract with DOC. Now, one of the issues, it is quite true. Remember that under this expanded eligibility, we are adding 352 additional offenders who now become eligible. That certainly could expand the number of exams that would be requested. It is a lower number, obviously, under the current program, just because of the criteria. Makes the initial eligibility requirements much more stringent, and it is a smaller number. So my understanding in that Q&A with DOC, and I specifically asked that question, if there was anything in the language of the bill referencing a private licensed healthcare provider, anything there that would restrict the inmate or the inmate's family from finding that doctor to have them do that exam and diagnosis. And the answer that I got back was he didn't see that that would be foreclosed. So, again, I think you have to take the words in the bill at their face. It adds private doctors to the list. And as far as I know, no other restrictions in the legislation. And so that is what it is, members. I think this amendment is necessary to ensure that we have some level of accountability in these medical exams that are being done, that are a key criteria in the eligibility for special needs offender, and I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L010? Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one last pitch for this amendment, because as Representative Carver very eloquently stated in words that I can't find anywhere, it creates a loophole. I know the intention is that these are going to be specialists, but it doesn't say specialist. It really does create a loophole that allows the possibility. Inmates are not stupid. They got a little time on their hands to get smart, and they probably read bills closer than we do in some cases, and they're going to figure this out. And we're just creating a loophole. I would strongly encourage a yes vote.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. I encourage a no vote on this amendment. DOC and the parole board are also very competent to be able to make determinations, as well as contract with who they need to, particularly in areas that are specialized. And I do believe this amendment will hamstring that, so urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L010. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L010 is lost. To the bill, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L011 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would delete the section that I have spent some time talking about. This is a brand new category under special needs offender where the criteria is 64 years or older and you've served 20 years. Might be from being convicted of one criminal offense or multiple. With no finding, no finding of physical or mental issues, impairment, incapacity, or otherwise. We're just opening this up as a new route for early parole. There's no finding of, where's the special need here? There is none. There is none. And so this would strike that brand new category of offenders age 64 and older who have served 20 years or more, who have absolutely no criteria relating to special needs at all. This is just early parole writ large on eligibility. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. I urge a no vote on this amendment. As noted by the fiscal note, we are talking about 27 people. And again, this is eligibility, not actual parole. The parole board is able to ascertain as well as listen to any sort of statements, consider the convictions and whatnot. And I do believe that that there is something to be said about elder care and age, and which is also why this language was added. So I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L011 fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 146? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 146. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 146 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 199.
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Jaquez, Lewis, and Winter, also Representatives Escar and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning measures to remove barriers to certain public opportunities in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 199 and the State Affairs Veteran and Military Committee Report.
To represent Majority Leader Escar to the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to that long committee. Okay. In that committee, we ran two amendments, one that created a qualification section outlining the identification requirements for people who want to become notary publics. And we also had some language brought to us by the governor's office to tighten language around language to clarify intent versus impact. We ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I move Amendment L16 to the committee report and ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment is now properly before us. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment came to us by way of the Secretary of State. It harmonizes with the existing provisions in the notary statutes that have been in place since 2018. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L016 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Senate Bill 199 accomplishes three very specific policy goals. It repeals the prohibition on public benefits for those who cannot prove lawful presence, positively affirms that public benefits will no longer consider documentation status as an eligible factor. This step actually allows those who are qualified to apply for these public benefits and removes the barriers for qualified undocumented residents to access contracts or grants with local communities, organizations, businesses supporting our industries in filling the skilled worker employment gap. Finally, the fourth unintended consequence, we will no longer have to create special privileges in Colorado's laws each time a lawmaker wants to provide an exemption for a special benefit or a particular professional license.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 199? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 199. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 199 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 243.
Senate Bill 243 by Senator Moreno, also Representative McCluskey, concerning annual appropriations to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 243 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senate Bill 243 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1325.
House Bill 1325 by Representatives McCluskey and Harrod, also Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, concerning changes to the method for funding public schools and in connection therewith amending the Public School Finance Act of 1994 and establishing a school finance legislative interim committee.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to see you in the chair today.
Oh, thank you, Representative. It's an honor to be here.
I move House Bill 1325 on second readings and the committee reports from Education and Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer an amendment and move L003 to House Bill 13 to the Appropriations Committee report for House Bill 1325.
The amendment is properly before us. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we have done a really good job reimagining House Bill 1325, and in doing so, wanted to change the bill title to correctly reflect exactly what the bill is now doing. Since our focus is on the redesign of a school finance funding formula to improve student achievement, we are adding that language to the bill title. I ask for a yes vote on L003.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner. I apologize. I haven't been up here all year. It's like I've got to make it all work again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I do. I rise in support of this amendment L003 to House Bill 1325. You know, it's important that as we look at changing the funding formula for education, the emphasis that we place on students, because that's ultimately where we see the impact, correct? And so I think the idea here is we're all unified.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I don't know what the issue is with the sound at the moment. Okay. Please proceed. I apologize.
Thank you. I think we're all unified in making sure that the student achievement is where we focus, specifically all things on education. And so I would encourage a yes vote on L003. And my thanks to the sponsors for working on this. It's while it may seem a small detail, I think it's important.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment L003 is adopted. Are we still on the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Herron. Is there any further question on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report.
Thank you, Committee. The Education Committee did a strike below on this bill, specifically related to our moving of the finance formula into another bill, and really just focuses on that committee and that work, and then the study around poverty. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Once again, the Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill continues our work to ensure that we have equity in education. I ask for an aye vote.
Is Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The School Interim Finance Committee met for several years. Last year, because of COVID, we did not. We're recommitting to making sure we drive more funding in equitable and adequate ways to our public schools. I encourage a yes vote on House Bill 1325.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1325? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1325. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1325 is adopted. Majority Leader Esker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1330. Three bills to after Senate Bill 169.
You have heard the motion. Is there any objection? Seeing none, House Bill 1330 will be laid over until after House Bill 169, as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1328.
House Bill 1328 by Representatives Herod and Van Winkle, also Senators Fields and Priola, concerning the effective date of Senate Bill 20-123.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1328 and the State Affairs Committee report. No report.
There is no
to the bill.
Committee report. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a continuation of our work to ensure that athletes can use their name, image, and likeness. We moved up the effective date to July of this year to ensure that Colorado remains competitive. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good bill. Vote yes. Good for Colorado schools. Good for Colorado athletes. Thank you, Representative Herod.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1328? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1328. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1328 is adopted. Moving on, Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1326.
House Bill 1326 by Representatives McLaughlin and Will, also Senator Story, concerning 2020-21 state fiscal year transfers from the general fund to support outdoor recreation in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Hello there, Representative Will.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, or Madam Chair, sorry. Move House Bill 1326 in the Appropriation Committee report.
And the Energy and Environment Committee report.
And Energy and Environment report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to see you today.
It's such a pleasure.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just interrupted you. The appropriations passed. It gives new state park staff has vehicles to drive, and staffing should run through 22-23 instead of 23-24, so kind of a technical amendment.
Thank you, Representative. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment Committee report, Representative
I'll do that one.
McLaughlin.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you again. Yes, this added federal stimulus to be into the appropriations of it, and then a technical amendment of changing a number on there. So that was it.
Is there any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Energy and Environment Committee report is adopted to the bill. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this bill does, this is American Recovery Act funding, $25 million total, and will help address some of the department's most urgent needs. We've been talking about several bills that helps to achieve Colorado Parks and Wildlife's mission in the state. It's to perpetuate wildlife resources. It's to provide quality of state park system and provide enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreational opportunities. To educate and inspire current and future generations to serve as active stewards of Colorado's natural resources. The priorities funded in this bill kind of mirror what you've seen in another bill I'm on, the Senate Bill 249, that keep Colorado Wild Pass, as well as 13, that's the 1318, which is Outdoor Equity Fund. $14 million of this goes to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Cash Fund to be used for investments in mainly park infrastructure and new outdoor recreation opportunities and new campgrounds, roads, trails, some experimental programs, trailhead parking, restrooms, all this to help opportunities and equitable access to the outdoors, which is in House Bill 1318. $3.5 million goes to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Parks Cash Fund. That's for increased staffing, about 14 FTEs. Our parks have really increased usage, over 7 million new park users, probably because of the pandemic, but the growth of the state as well, and many million more people in this state and many more using our parks, and we need the FTEs to deal with those situations, as well as a lot of the trails and stuff. There's an enforcement component as well with these new FTEs. $3.5 million goes to implement the state's wildlife action plan, and that's responsibility for the wildlife in our state, and local and federal lands and impacts to our public lands and our wildlife ecosystems. It's a good bill. $3 million goes to outdoor safety, which is the search and rescue fund. $750,000 to the Colorado Avalanche Information Center. With the number of influx of people using our state parks and public lands, Colorado's number one for search and rescue. We talked about that on the other bills. Number one in the nation for a number of responses for search and rescues. And then with the passage of 1318, $1 million goes to the Outdoor Equity Fund. That's grant funding for programs and organizations that increase opportunities for traditionally underserved youth to access and experience Colorado's outdoors. So this is a great bill. It really helps out our CPW and that agency to carry out its mission, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Will. Representative McLaughlin.
Oh, there's somebody new up there. I can't see a new voice. So, yes, I'm very happy to run this with Representative Will. With the pandemic, it seems like people suddenly discovered that they live in beautiful Colorado, and they have been hiking and biking and trail riding and camping and doing all kinds of things in our wonderful outdoor spaces. And we hope that they continue, and this bill will just help them continue and keep the lands pristine and keep them up to date and keep our wildlife safe and give them a place to park and bathrooms to use and all kinds of things. So it's a really, really great bill that addresses an urgent need. This money will address the urgent need that we have right now, and then other bills that are coming down the pike will address the needs in our future. So I'm really excited to have this going, and I will have to say good bill, vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1326? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1326. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. 1326 is passed.
Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Nagorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 169.
Senate Bill 169 by Senator Buckner, also Representatives Ricks and Escar, concerning protecting consumers from unfair discrimination in insurance practices.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1326 in the Health Insurance and Environment Committee. Health Insurance Report.
To the Health Insurance Report.
Thank you. We do have an amendment I'd like to offer.
169.
That has been properly moved and now displayed to Amendment L027. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's some technical changes and then another substantive change. So let me walk through both of them quickly. The technical changes, those of you who were in committee realized that when we did the strike below, there was seriously just a number left off. All of the information of the strike below was in the original strike below, but the number 8 was missing. So the technical fix is the incorrect numbering in the strike below amendment that was adopted in H&I committee, and strikes language from the head note of section 1013-1104.9 at the recommendation of our bill drafter, and clarifies the definition of unfair discrimination by adding specificity and changes the word a to the. The substantive change in this amendment expands DOI's SMART Act reporting requirements. We brought this change at the request of the property and casualty insurance industry, and we'd ask for a yes vote on Amendment L027.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L027? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L027 to Senate Bill 169. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Thank you. The amendment is adopted. And now we are back to the health insurance report. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a yes vote on the committee report, which is the bill because it was a strike below in committee. I'm happy to talk about it, talk about the substance of the bill during the committee report, or we can pass the committee report and move on to the bill. It's up to you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the health insurance committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the health insurance committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Okay.
The committee report is adopted.
Okay.
To the bill.
I move the bill. Oh, we already moved it. Okay, so
Representative Riggs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a really great bill for the insurance industry. The bill prohibits any insurer from using external consumer data and information source algorithms or predictive models that unfairly discriminates against individuals based on the person's race, color, national or ethnic origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, disability, or transgender status. This bill is a great bill for the insurance industry. We're asking the insurance industry to open up the hood of how they're looking at big data and make sure that there are not negative outcomes for people in these protected classes.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank my co-sponsor for working on this bill with me. I also want to thank our sponsor in the Senate who did a lot of the heavy lifting and stakeholder work. There were hours and hours and hours of stakeholder work going into this bill. That's why there was a strike below in H&I. By the time we got to committee here in the House, there was over 11 different amendments, all for different sectors that were asking for conversations and different language put into the bill to make sure that they can still do the job they do and provide the services they do, just in a way that is more fair for the people of Colorado. So I'm happy with where we sit with this bill, and I appreciate all of the work and the stakeholder work. Those who may not even be necessarily in support of this bill have moved to neutral. I appreciate them coming to the table and really understanding that this isn't a bill attacking the insurance industry. This is a bill about big data, how big data is collected and then used, and sometimes it's not fully understood. We had many conversations and many stories of folks that their rates were simply higher than someone else's because of their zip code or because of their gender, or because simply even their credit rating. It has nothing to do with their driving skills. So this is just a way to say, please take a look at the big data you're collecting and using to set these rates. Take a deeper look and make sure that you aren't unfairly discriminating against folks, and we would ask for your support.
Thank you. Further discussion on Senate Bill 169? Yes, Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
Members, I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 169. I also heard this bill at the Health and Insurance Committee. It's also a no vote in committee. I'm standing on the wrong place. Hopefully the static stops at that point in time. So Senate Bill 169 certainly has some serious unintended consequences that I believe will hurt vulnerable Coloradans and result in there actually being higher insurance rates. So first of all, no other state has a bill like this. It gives the insurance commissioner broad power to use an algorithm to determine whether a carrier is using unfair discrimination in insurance pricing. It also does not reference, nor does the bill cite, current law, which explicitly says that you cannot discriminate against an individual, and you cannot discriminate against an individual when it comes to insurance. Both state and federal law are explicitly clear in saying this. You cannot discriminate. The bill says that the data the insurance carriers use will be for the actuarial analysis. The data could show, let me back up. So by banning or asking for certain types of data and preventing its use, which is what the intent is here. So the intent is to not have race or color, national or ethnic origin, religion, sex or sexual orientation, disability, gender identity, or gender expression used at all when making any sort of insurance determinations, and we move to gathering census data to have this broad sweep for being able to adjust rates for certain regions. Then what we end up getting is it could be that crime is lower in rural Colorado versus urban Colorado, and you would end up having to charge a person who chooses to live in rural Colorado more than urban Colorado. But I do want to get one thing explicitly clear on the record. It is already a violation of both state and federal law for insurance companies to unfairly discriminate against any person for any reason, including the reasons outlined in this bill. I repeat, it is already a violation of both state and federal law for insurance companies to unfairly discriminate against any person for any reason, including the reasons that we've been talking about. I was disappointed that the bill refused to acknowledge the unarguable facts that we heard during the House Health and Insurance Committee. Colorado's insurance commissioner already has broad authority, as does the Attorney General of Colorado and the United States Attorney General, to hold both insurance companies accountable for any kinds of unfair discrimination. But in the name of stopping unfair pricing practices, the likes of which are already illegal, the bill gives the head of the Colorado Division of Insurance the unchecked power to ignore actuarial and mathematical data used by insurance companies to set their premiums. There are no protections in this bill for actuarial reliable loss experience data to protect certain demographics, like teachers, for example, firefighters and nurses, from the discounts they enjoy and deserve for being historically safe drivers. What does that mean? It means that industry data suggests without these historically and actuarially justified models, 73% of teachers could see an average premium increase of over 30% or $528 annually. And 61% of firefighters would see an average of premium increases of 18% or $359 annually. Teachers and firefighters deserve these discounts. With the passage of this bill, they would be likely to see premium hikes and no longer see the discounts that they currently enjoy. I want to read a quote from an op-ed that appeared in the Colorado Sun from a Colorado teacher, firefighter, and nurse. This bill is not only duplicative of, excuse me, this bill is not only duplicative, but may also do more harm to consumers than help them. Risk factors are proven to have a direct correlation to the risk of accidents and filing a claim. In fact, if the insurance commissioner is allowed to deny rate factors based on education, occupation, or credit, it would hit teachers, firefighters, and other professions considered to employ low-risk individuals. In a year where teachers taught from home and firefighters suited up to fight wildfires across this great state and nurses were on the front lines battling the pandemic every single day, the last thing Colorado teachers, firefighters, and nurses deserve is a hike like this in their insurance premiums. That's the end of the quote. At a time when families and businesses are facing unprecedented hikes in the cost of living, the cost of doing business here in Colorado, a law that leaves car insurance premiums to the discretion of the Commissioner of Insurance makes no public policy sense. It hurts Colorado families and businesses, which is why I'm asking for a no vote today here on Senate Bill 69. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Further discussion? Yes, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, this bill will improve, not destroy, risk-based pricing by requiring insurance companies to test and eliminate factors that are not found to be predictive of actual outcomes or risks. This bill will require insurers to assess the data sources and the models developed to analyze the data to determine whether the factors are serving as a proxy for a protected class. The actual rules promulgated by the Commissioner through extensive stakeholder engagement and rulemaking process will actually establish a testing framework to determine the reasonableness of the use of this predicted model, algorithm, or external data source. As far as giving the Commissioner too much authority, the bill gives the Commissioner authority to review instances of unfair discrimination in the insurance practices, but the impetus is on the insurers to assess their own policies. This isn't about giving the Commissioner giving them power to do this. This is about making sure that the insurers are assessing their own policies right now. In the event that an insurance company discovers instances of unfair discrimination, many insurance companies didn't even realize some of the data they were getting were biased. This is the issue. This is not about attacking the insurance company. It's about the data that they collect and really looking under the hood and figuring out, is the data we're collecting actually useful in what it is we're trying to deliver, or is it unfairly discriminatory? In the event that an insurance company actually discovers these instances of unfair discrimination, the enforcement actions are limited to restitution of consumers and taking actions to remedy that unfair discrimination on a prospective basis. The bill actually requires the Commissioner to conduct robust stakeholder processes prior to the adoption of rules, providing opportunity for feedback. So I just want to make sure that this is clear. We are not just handing this off to one person to make determinations. There is actually an entire process of rulemaking that is put in place in this bill to make sure there's stakeholder processes coming through as well to determine anything that's happening. And the DOI, the bill is more about just rates. The legislation asks insurers to ensure that their practices do not unfairly discriminate against protected classes of people that have been historically marginalized by society and at times by the insurance industry. Regarding rates, DOI does not determine rates. The rates are filed with DOI, and they review and ensure that the rates are actuarially justified, and that will continue. That's their practice now. That will continue to be their practice. We're simply asking insurance companies to look at the data that they are selecting to use.
Representative Ricks.
I just also wanted to talk about the firefighters and teachers scenario that Representative Soper talked about. This bill does not, on its face, eliminate the use of any particular factor in rating. The core of the bill is to ask insurers to do the work and ensure that they are appropriately and responsibly using data and algorithms. So insurers are using education and credit score in a way that does not unfairly discriminate. So that this is what we're looking at. For example, there are many instances where insurance companies use credit as a way of charging more to people, even if they have even if they have bad driving records, if you have poor credit, you get charged way more than somebody who has driving under the influence on their driving history and good credit. So it's unfair. There needs to be a correlation between the causation of risk versus just charging because of credit, for example. So we're really looking at this to make sure that there are not negative outcomes.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Van Berber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the committee that heard this particular bill, and when we're talking about data, there's some numbers I'd like to make sure that we have on the record. When you talk about this will not affect teachers, firefighters, police officers, the reality is, and with all due respect, it will. And we're not talking about just a couple, just 100, just 1,000. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of teachers, firefighters, and police officers in the state of Colorado who, under this kind of bill, would see a rise in their premiums. When we're also talking about data, one of the things that stuck out to me was the idea that we are asking the Department of Insurance to do to the insurance company what we don't want the insurance company doing to the consumer. I find that extremely fascinating. We're going to pull big data from insurance, and we'll take that big data and we'll look at that big data because we don't want them to use that big data against the consumer, and we'll use it against the insurance companies should we find something of note. Again, that's a circular kind of thinking that ought to alarm the consumer. Lastly, the other thing that stuck out to me was the idea of externalities that we cannot or may not be able to pin down with any particular consumer's designation or label of how they might live their life. Again, I'll say we are going to take and look at externalities as to how someone lives their life, and that's not something we might or even can pinpoint. And based upon that, we're letting the Department of Insurance run down the path of correlation equals causation. And that's a deadly road to go down in and of itself. So I ask for a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I sat on the committee that heard this bill as well. So we heard a lot of information from both citizens and from insurance companies. And that it was all important information that we heard. And there was also the article from the Colorado Sun that we heard referred to earlier. Insurance companies have many ways to determine what types of rates they're going to charge. I'm sure you know that there are issues that may not have to do with driving that affect your car insurance. For example, your zip code. Part of it would be your driving history. Credit scores are a good predictive model of whether you are apt to get in a car accident or not, which is why they try to give a break and reward people that are meeting their requirements for keeping their risk factors lower. That being said, the insurers are already prohibited from using rates that are unfairly discriminatory. Nobody wants to see discrimination, but it is fine for people that have a good driving record to then be rewarded for that good record, that they haven't had speeding tickets or what have you, that they can get better car insurance rates and other types of insurance as well, because this affects all different kinds of insurance. CRS 10-4-403 is the one that was quoted to us that already prohibits insurers from using rates that are unfairly discriminatory. Again, nobody wants to see unfair discrimination. However, we did hear about risk groups that were concerned about having their rates increase should this bill be passed into law. We did hear from the article that was quoted, and it did have very specific numbers for teachers, firefighters, and there was a registered nurse here as well. And we do want to make sure that people in all those types of areas are rewarded for their good behavior. I know that when we've been hearing that this is good for insurance companies, then why did so many insurance companies come in and beg us to vote no? I just want to make sure that you all know that we heard from insurance companies that really want to be able to use their algorithms in the way that helps them to be able to keep rates as low as they possibly can be. All that being said, there is still a huge amount of regulation by the Department of Insurance. I want to make sure that you know that there is already a large amount of discrimination regulation that will not go away. They will still continue to be regulated, and again, we want to prevent the unfair discrimination. With that, I will be a no vote on the bill. I hope that you will think twice about encouraging rates to be going up for everybody, and I hope that you'll vote no on this bill.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not a very long bill, and for those of you who are maybe listening, you might want to look at it. It's only 9 pages. It won't take you long to read, and it won't take you long to figure out that it is an attack on the insurance companies and that it will attack everyone that has insurance. I do have a letter here from GEICO that I would like to read. On behalf of the GEICO Group of insurance companies and the more than 264,000 policy holders we insure in Colorado, I'm writing to express our opposition to Senate Bill 169. Even with recent amendments, we're concerned that Senate Bill 169 would provide broad and undefined powers to a single unelected insurance commissioner to arbitrarily deny rating factors that help good drivers achieve lower insurance rates. GEICO supports the underlying intent of this legislation. However, the fact is that Colorado state law already prohibits insurance rates from being unfairly discriminatory. Insurance companies are already required to file the factors they use in underwriting and rating, and the commissioner already has broad authority to deny insurance companies rating factors if they are found to be unfairly discriminatory. The insurance commissioner already has the authority to perform a market conduct examination, which is an audit of an insurer, at his own discretion on whatever insurance practices he wants. Senate Bill 169 is overly broad and has the potential for too many unintended consequences. The legislation would give new, unchecked powers to the unelected insurance commissioner to deny underwriting and rating factors that correlate to lower risk of accidents and claims. Mathematically reliable systems that reduce automobile rates for tens of thousands of Coloradans could be done away with by the commissioner under this bill. The determination of fair and accurate insurance rates requires insurers to identify risk factors that are predictive of future loss and are proven to actuarially be sound. This bill will now apply a new arbitrary standard of insurers to determine whether factors can be used under the sole subjective discretion of the commissioner. The legislation does not specify whether the commissioner even needs to consider whether underwriting and rating factors accurately predict future loss. Furthermore, this bill is contrary to the law on unfair discrimination as defined in Colorado's insurance code and its application by Colorado appellate courts and the state attorney general as it relates to accuracy in pricing and underwriting based on multiple factors, including the prediction of the risk of future loss. Specifically, the provisions of this bill have not been reconciled, nor is there any requirement in the bill that they be reconciled with long-standing provisions of Colorado's insurance code. This flaw is expected to disrupt the Colorado market to the detriment of Colorado consumers and make Colorado an outlier state if the bill is adopted. It will stifle innovation of new insurance products in Colorado, which will lead to fewer choices for Colorado policyholders. Equally concerning, proponents of the bill have stated that they want to forbid insurance companies from using education, occupation, credit, and other factors when determining insurance rates, even though these factors are proven to directly correlate to the risk of accidents and filing a claim. As an example of the sweeping, potentially harmful authority granted to this legislation, if the insurance commissioner were to disallow the above rating factors, insurance rates would significantly increase for many drivers, particularly good drivers and certain professionals. And you have heard that 73% of teachers would see an average premium increase of 30%, or $528 annually. You would see 61% of firefighters would see an average premium increase of 18%, or $359 annually. 49% police officers would see an average premium increase of 20%, or $425 annually. And 42% of nurses would see an average premium increase of 18%, or $330 annually. Current Colorado law already gives the commissioner the authority to review for unfair discrimination. And for this reason, I urge a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Rich. Representative Wook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in opposition to Senate Bill 169. Senate Bill 169 is a bad public policy that will make it more expensive to drive a car in Colorado, to own a home in Colorado, to live in Colorado. At a time when working people are struggling to keep up with the exploding cost of living here, this bill will make matters worse. Teachers will pay more for auto insurance. Firefighters will pay more. Small businesses, plumbers, pipe fitters, and other businesses with fleets will prohibitively pay more. Rural drivers will pay more too. I, for one, can't wait to see the constituent mail and angry phone calls that we will all receive when teachers, firefighters, and police officers get a letter in the mail from their insurer that their car insurance is going up a few $100 a year because of a poorly thought out piece of legislation that the Democrats passed on a party line vote. I hope the insurance companies hear this. Don't let the politicians in this building bully you. When this bill forces huge rate hikes on the people of this state, when you start sending out monthly bills, pin the blame on where it is due. Let's talk about the bill. Senate Bill 169 gives the Division of Insurance broad power to rewrite a couple generations worth of actuarial rules that determine how rates for automobile and homeowners insurance get set. There's a lot of talk of stakeholder processes and dialogue, but that's nothing but noise. It's a show. All the stakeholders are against this bill. It isn't just insurers who are against this. We have received hard-hitting letters of opposition from groups like the Aurora Chamber of Commerce, the Denver Chamber of Commerce, and a number of rural chambers of commerce. Here's what you need to know to see why this bill makes no sense. Insurance rates get set based on risk and claims. All the data used to establish risk gets disclosed fully to the Division of Insurance as part of the rate-setting process now. This isn't some black box. All this data is on the record now, today. Based on a host of risk factors, your rates get set. For example, if you live in a small town where there's less density, less traffic, and fewer claims over time, you pay less. And you pay less regardless of the color of your skin or your gender. You pay less because, wait for it, the simple math says the risk is lower. There are literally dozens and dozens of these variables that drive how insurance rates get set. Another example, teachers as a group. Regardless of race or gender, all teachers receive a preferred pricing status because decades and decades of data shows they are lower risk. Same for firefighters, same for many veterans, same with young women when compared to young men. But all these mathematical processes go up in the air and maybe out the window under this bill. This bill would give the Division of Insurance broad power to say that factor is okay, but that one isn't. With no underlying mathematical basis, no sideboards, no checks and balances. Under this bill, the head of the Division of Insurance, an unelected bureaucrat, is crowned Chief Actuary of Colorado. He gets to decide which actuarial data is in and which simple math he gets to ignore. So why are we even doing this if it's all just a function of math? The supporters of this bill have made all manner of reckless claims in both House and Senate hearings about systemic racism being pervasive in automobile insurance underwriting. In the House committee, one witness accused the insurance industry of redlining certain communities, purposefully charging some segments more than others for reasons of racial or gender bias. This is outrageous, and these types of statements are flatly untrue. How do we know? Listen to my colleagues. Today, and for many, many decades, it has been a violation of both state and federal law for insurance companies to engage in any form of unfair discrimination against any group. I'll say it again, it is against the law. Today, right here, right now, without this bill, for an insurance company to engage in the kind of ugly discrimination that the sponsors and the supporters of this bill say is their worry. There is, of course, no redlining happening in automobile insurance rate setting because our Attorney General, Phil Weiser, would be absolutely all over it. Companies would be fined hundreds of millions of dollars. Executives would probably go to jail. The worst part of this debate is that the supporters can't come out and say it. The law already prevents discrimination. Period, full stop. The truth is, colleagues, we don't need this bill. We don't need to crown the Division of Insurance emperor of all things actuarial in Colorado. We don't need to throw out decades and decades of math because it is already against the law for insurance companies to unfairly discriminate. The bill is based on the untrue premise, and the bill will hurt working people of this state. If you're a driver in rural Colorado, expect higher rates because under this bill, the Division of Insurance has broad power to force you to pay the same rate as a driver who spends every weekday driving the congested miles between Colorado Springs and Castle Rock. The groups who will be hit the absolute hardest under this bill are the safest drivers. If the head of the Division of Insurance decides it isn't fair that you pay less for driving safe, then your rates will go up. Senate Bill 169 is deeply flawed legislation that will make it more expensive to live, work, and raise a family. Coloradans deserve better. I ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 169. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were just a couple of things that I want to respond to fairly quickly. In looking at the bill and what's currently being collected by insurance companies, one thing that we heard in committee is that insurance companies aren't collecting a lot of the data that would be needed to actually determine whether or not it's a violation of what this bill is asking for. So we're basically saying to insurance companies, if you don't currently ask for information about a person's sexual orientation, for example, or religion, well, to be able to determine if they're unfairly discriminating against that individual for their religious beliefs or their sexual orientation, now when it comes to filling out the insurance questionnaire, whether it's for your homeowner's insurance or automobile insurance or property insurance, now we're basically telling the insurance company, you need to include that information so that we can be able to see whether or not the actuarial analysis and data and management tools are discriminatory. And I don't believe that that's really the intent, to actually dig deeper into the lives of Coloradans. Now, in committee, I will say the insurance commissioner did testify because I did ask him this exact question, and he told me that they would use information provided by big data to kind of look at generalizations. Well, now we're back to getting similar information from just a different source to be able to dig through. And now we're not actually comparing apples to apples, we're actually comparing apples to oranges, because now we're generalizing a set of data compared to another generalized set of data, rather than actually looking at individual data. And that's just a point that I certainly want to clarify. The other point that I wanted to talk about is when insurance companies do submit to the insurance commissioner, I questioned why there wasn't more of a fiscal note attached to this bill, because it's my understanding that to implement everything that's in here would take a lot of manpower, especially knowing that the Insurance Commission is already at least a year behind on getting back to the individual companies with what they have currently submitted under current law. And the Insurance Commissioner replied that he believed that he could go ahead and do that. Well, if we're already behind on workload right now, all we're going to be doing is kicking this out into the future, and it will certainly frustrate insurers' ability to be able to set rates and adjust premiums, because now it's just going to be caught in a bureaucratic quagmire before we'll actually hear an answer. So once again, I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Soper. Representative Ortorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in opposition to this Senate bill. I find it ironic that as we move forward, we continue to pass legislation that is going to raise the cost of living in Colorado. This type of legislation, I believe, will have that impact. If you're trying to fight the social justice fight, and you think that the way we do things now is somehow discriminating or redlining, I will tell you that what we're really doing when you strip away all these things is making the burden of insurance costs for vehicle owners, for homeowners, for other property owners, the risk of that going up will increase. So I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about this type of legislation. We are doing so many things in this state, in this session, that are going to raise the cost of living. The average Colorado citizen in the coming years, the next 2 to 3 years, are going to face so many increases everywhere they turn. With insurance, the insurance companies are going to cover their costs. They're going to figure out a way to make sure that they are covered. The bill payer will be the Colorado citizen. So now we're going to go register a vehicle. We're going to have increased costs. We're going to go to put fuel in that vehicle. Colorado, you're going to have increased costs. You have to put insurance on that vehicle. Colorado, you're going to have increased costs. Everywhere you turn, Colorado, this type of legislation that is being brought forth by the sponsors that bring this type of legislation to your state are increasing your costs. Now here's what saddens me, Colorado, is the little people suffer the most. The lower income people suffer the most. Those that we claim we're trying to help, we're actually going to hurt because of our misguided policies. Those folks out there cannot afford to pay more everywhere they turn as they try to live and obtain what we call the American dream. But this is what we're going to do to those folks with this type of legislation. So I'm opposed to this, and I'm opposed to every other piece of legislation that truly hurts those people that I represent in eastern and southeastern Colorado, who don't need a greater economic burden on their livelihood in this state.
Thank you. Representative Herrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I had the opportunity of hearing this bill as I was waiting for my bill to be heard in committee, and quite frankly, I think it's far too long that it's taken to have this type of legislation. We know that companies have traditionally used information that was biased to increase rates. Why is it that we are still allowing, in today's day and time, companies to say that just because you have bad credit or you have bad credit, that means you're a worse driver, when it's been determined that there's no correlation? Now, what I think is really important about this bill to note is that if they are not doing this, or they are not doing the redlining, or they are not acting in a way that is biased, they will not have to change anything about their plans or anything about the way that they do business. This is a very common sense measure that doesn't mandate change, but asks them to look at the data. That is all. We should actually understand where these rates are coming from, where the data is coming from, and how it is set. I commend the bill sponsors for bringing this legislation forward. It will have a positive impact on those in my district, and those in rural Colorado, and those with lower incomes, who all have had to have increased rates simply because of their credit score and the bias that's baked into that system. Members, we just voted bills out of this body that looked specifically at fines and fees and how they were impacting people. Those fines and fees then translate into negative ratings on their credit score. The cost of being poor is high, and it's time we put an end to that in Colorado. I commend the bill sponsors. Thank you for bringing this legislation forward. I urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Herrick. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we talk about this data, and for those of us that have raised children, we all know that a 16-year-old driver, a teen driver that lacks experience, is a greater risk. I think every one of my kids between the age of 16 and 20 wrecked their first car. Every one of them. That's the price of trying to gain experience. I believe this particular bill actually says you can't analyze that age or gender information. We know where I'm from in the country that boys are a lot harder on vehicles than girls in most cases. They like to take those things off-road. They like to go places maybe they shouldn't go. Not in all cases, but most cases. And perhaps they drive faster because they think they've got places to go and they need to get there quicker. Those are all real things. They can't be discarded or ignored or say that that's redlining. It's not redlining. It's called the truth. In most cases. So I don't know why we say with this type of legislation, oh, you can't look at any of that because you're somehow doing something you shouldn't do. Well, I would argue you're only looking at the situation and being honest about the facts surrounding the situation with these particularly young folks that we're trying to insure. So I will tell you that some of the arguments here don't hold water or near as much water as someone would like to present. Now, the real objection I have, and I wasn't going to talk to this, but now I am. The insurance commissioner, an unelected official appointed or hired, now has this omnipotent power. Under this type of legislation, we continue to empower with more and more responsibilities and more authority those unelected officials and those particular directors of these different state agencies and organizations. And I will tell you that that is a trend that is also troubling to me. For those reasons and many more, I will still stand in opposition to this type of legislation. And the cost that we are going to be giving and the burden, the financial and economic burden that Colorado is going to realize in the next 2 to 3 to 4 years is real. We are giving them that through this type of legislation. And time will prove me right in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that Colorado has taken a very moderate approach on this bill. Other states have banned credit history, education, occupation, and certain types of insurance altogether, whereas Colorado is requiring the carriers to test their own data and algorithms to make sure that there's no unfair discriminatory practices happening. So we also want to say something about the fact that Colorado law does prohibit discrimination, but what this bill does is looking at unfair discrimination in a different way. The evolution of this concept is whether or not the current law is going to take the next step, which is to look at insurance companies testing their data and their algorithms. We're asking them to look at it to make sure that there aren't negative outcomes. This is a great bill. It's going to help all Coloradoans, whether you're in rural America, whether you're in urban America. Nobody should be discriminated simply because they have bad credit, and yet they have a good driving record. We ask for your yes vote. And I want to say also that this is not a party line thing. Senator Smallwood did vote for this in the Senate. So thank you, members. We ask for your yes vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 169. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. 169 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I move to lay over Senate Bill, oh, never mind. We're going to stand in a brief recess so our tech friends can just take a look at the mic. Don't go anywhere. I've been told it's about 2 minutes. So we're just going to take a 2-minute recess to be able to take a look at these mics and see what the noise is.
Thank you, Madam Majority Leader. The committee will be in a brief recess.
The button, please.
Okay, static, no? Oh. No, nothing. 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. I'm not even on the pad.
The committee will come back to order. Ms. Nagorio, please read the title to House Bill 1330.
House Bill 1330 by Representatives McCluskey and Riggs, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning measures to support student success in obtaining post-secondary credentials.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, too.
I move House Bill 1330 on second reading and the committee report from Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Appropriations, we did attach the $51.5 million that will be needed for the implementation of 1330, and with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Appropriations Committee report to House Bill 1330. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the bill.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, too.
All right. This bill is a great bill. It's a stimulus bill. And what it does is it's looking at the impacts of COVID on education. And what we're doing here is looking at how we can get traditional and non-traditional students from low-income communities to get back enrolled into institutes of higher education. It's also going to help businesses get back to pandemic levels and increase the number of qualified employees by allowing students and people who are like in communities seeking other opportunities to get back into school, retrain, retool, and get back credentials and certifications. So we're asking for your yes vote. One other thing I want to mention is that high school students leave a lot of money on the table through the FAFSA process. They do not fill it out. About 47% of our students fill out FAFSA, leaving about $30 million annually on the table. So there is money in this bill to help nonprofit organizations and higher institutions help students fill out the FAFSA so that they're getting the full benefit of the federal benefit from FAFSA and also from Colorado.
Thank you. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, Higher Ed Student Success, is about the future of the state's workforce. We know that the pandemic has had a tremendous impact, not only to our businesses and employers, leaving a lot of people jobless during this difficult time, but it has also impacted the number of students that stopped out from earning their college credential or degree, or decided just not to go to college because of the challenges they were facing. Some of our community colleges saw a 20% decline in student enrollment last fall. We are investing in our future workforce by bringing dollars to our Colorado Scholarship Initiative, our COSI program, getting dollars out to students for scholarships, financial assistance, incentives to return and complete their degrees. We're also providing funding to our institutions so they can provide the right wraparound and support services for students who may be struggling to complete. Additionally, the bill brings forward a brand new initiative called the CORE Initiative, Colorado Re-Engagement. We know for some students who may have been in their third or fourth year toward completing a bachelor's degree, having experienced challenges with COVID, they may have had to stop. They may have had to stop out of completing their coursework. By completing at least 70 credit hours at that four-year institution, they could be awarded an associate's degree through the CORE initiative. So it's another way to help strengthen their viability in the workforce and their ability to secure a job that pays a living wage. And finally, I do want to emphasize that at the end of the bill, there's a section about reimagining the future of higher education. We are asking for a task force to work over the interim process with our Colorado Workforce Development Council and bring forward recommendations to the General Assembly on how we can improve the higher education and workforce integration to be sure that our institutions are not trapped by their role in mission, but that they have the opportunity to be more innovative and flexible and meet students where they are, helping students fulfill their dreams by completing a credential in any institution of higher education, in any particular environment. And I do want to make one small amendment. I move L003 to House Bill 1330. because we realized in additional discussions today that we wanted to add a few more individuals, representatives to this higher education task force. Okay.
The amendment is improperly moved and now displayed to Amendment L003. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are adding through this amendment a representative from a private or nonprofit institution of higher education. We are also adding a person employed by a school district or a public elementary or secondary public school, as well as a representative from our business community. Again, providing more perspectives on the reimagining of higher education. I ask for an aye vote on L003.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003 to House Bill 1330. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. Back to the bill. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also found a technical problem, so we are moving L004 to 1330. I move L004 to 1330.
Thank you. That amendment has been properly moved and now displayed to the amendment. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just corrects the language connecting our appropriation from our new cash fund, the Workforce Development Cash Fund, to the bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004 to House Bill 1330. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, our workforce development pipeline is leaking. This is a wise investment to ensure that we continue to build and strengthen our workforce so that Colorado has a resilient and robust economy. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Ricks.
Yes, I'm just going to say this is a one-time opportunity through the American Rescue Plan to infuse money into our higher education and to help students get the credentials that we need. Normally, people have to come from out of state to get college-educated people, and this is a time that Colorado can grow their own college-educated people and workforce right here. Vote yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 1330? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1330. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The bill is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 103 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Senate Bill 103 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Ms. Nagoria, please read the title to Senate Bill 279.
Senate Bill 279 by Senator Story and Simpson, also Representatives Roberts and Valdez D, concerning delinquent interest payments for property tax payments.
Representative Valdez D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 279 and the Finance Committee report. And there's no report.
No committee report. To the bill. Representative Roberts, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Representative Valdez for doing this bill with me. This is a continuation of a program we passed last year unanimously through both chambers, which allows county treasurers and county commissioners to work with their residents and business owners to give them a little bit of relief on property taxes that they may have had trouble paying because of the economic downturn. It's a totally permissive bill. It only happens if the treasurer makes a request of the county commissioners and the county commissioners pass a resolution, and then the treasurer can work individually with business owners and landowners to waive or reduce the interest payments on delinquent property taxes. It's been very successful in many counties, both rural, suburban, and urban, and it's being requested by several county commissioners that we heard from in committee on both sides of the aisle and counties from across the state. So with that, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 279? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 279. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 279 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 288.
Senate Bill 288 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, also Representatives Escar and Valdez A, concerning the creation of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 cash fund to hold money that the state receives from the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund until allocation by separate action.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I wait for my illustrious co-sponsor to make his way down to the well, I will move Senate Bill 288.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're pleased to present to you Senate Bill 288 as part of the American Rescue Plan. Colorado is set to receive more than $3.8 billion in federal stimulus funds. And thanks to those funds, we have an opportunity to build back stronger and make truly transformative, once-in-a-generation changes for the people of Colorado. However, that money just doesn't come to us and sit in a pot where we get to go at it. We actually have to make a structure, a mechanism, to bring that money in and set it aside in special funds for the legislature to go then to and request the money from for how we decide best suits Colorado. All 288 does is set up that actual mechanism and system to get the money in from the feds and then have us be able to get it out to the people of Colorado in the way that we determine that we should. That's the bill. We ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
This is a great bill, folks. This is going to help to create a fund where we will get the funds that have been given us by Uncle Sam to make transformative changes in the state of Colorado. It's good for accounting procedures for our state controller, and it is a great bill that will, like Madam Majority Leader said, create transformative change across the state, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 288. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 288 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 289.
Senate Bill 289 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, also Representatives Harrod and Byrd, concerning the creation of a cash fund consisting of certain money that the state receives from the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund so that the money is available for appropriation only in other legislation.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 289.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment, L002. It's a technical amendment, and act that it be displayed.
That has been properly moved and now displayed to the amendment. Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L002? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 289. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is related to the federal stimulus dollars as well. This allows this creates the revenue loss fund. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Representative Byrd? No?
Sure. Yeah, I concur with my co-prime sponsor and hope we can get your support.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 289? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 289. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 289 is adopted.
Good job. Look at you. I was trying to photo one.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 291.
Senate Bill 291 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Robertson Van Winkle, concerning the transfer of $40 million to the Colorado Economic Development Fund for the purpose of providing grants to businesses and for investing in economic development opportunities in response to the negative economic impacts of the coronavirus pandemic from the newly created Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund, which fund consists of certain money that the state receives from the federal coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Well done. Thank you. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 291 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the appropriation report, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In appropriations, we adopted an amendment that allows this fund to interface with a fund being created by a different bill, Senate Bill 243. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 291. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriation report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really excited to be here presenting Senate Bill 291 with Representative Van Winkle. What this bill does is creates the Colorado Economic Development Fund, which will take American Rescue Plan dollars and create a fund here in the state that will be able to help businesses who have been disproportionately impacted by the downturn, as well as workers, and find ways to incentivize businesses to come to Colorado, particularly rural Colorado. I know Representative Van Winkle is excited that it will also create a task force, an interim task force that we'll work on over the summer to craft recommendations on how this money should be used, because obviously the recovery will last longer than the interim. So with that, I'll turn it over to my co-sponsor.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Roberts, Chair of the Business Committee, for bringing this bill and joining me in this effort to revive our economy in Colorado. And this is thinking longer term than just a fast recovery from COVID-19 that we are experiencing right now. This, instead of spending the money very quickly, we'll spend the money thoughtfully after an interim task force is able to really dig into it and see where it can best be spent and where it can be spent most wisely. So I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 291? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 291. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 291 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 27, one bill.
Seeing no objection, Senate 27 will be laid over one bill. Ms. Nagoro, please read the title to Senate Bill 241, or 242.
Senate Bill 242 by Senators Gonzalez and Pedersen, also Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Woodrow, concerning the expansion of the allowable uses of the Housing Development Grant Fund in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 242 and the Appropriations Committee report and Transportation and Local Government Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This funding will be going to the Department of Local Affairs, the Housing Development Grant Fund for our unhoused neighbors. I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 242. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report is adopted. To the Transportation and Local Government report, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Transportation and Local Government, we did have some amendments to prioritize businesses that qualify as disadvantaged businesses or that are comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the bill sponsor, which is whether this would apply both to a hotel or a motel or a Holiday Inn.
Say what?
I've already given out fines for bad rapping. Any further discussion on the Transportation and Local Government report? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of the Transportation and Local Government report to Senate Bill 242. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Thank you. The Transportation and Local Government report is adopted. To the bill, Assistant Minority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, what you hear is not a test. This bill allows the DOLA Division of Housing to use the Housing Development Grant Fund for rental assistance, tenancy support programs, and awarding grant and loans for the purchases of underutilized hotels, motels, and other underutilized properties. I ask for an aye vote on this bill. It transfers $15 million from the general fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund. And under the bill, DOLA is encouraged to rent, acquire, or renovate properties, as mentioned before. And I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 242.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 242? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill, or Senate Bill 242. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 242 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
We're on Senate Bill 27. Okay. We went out of order. We moved it one bill.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title as Senate Bill 27.
Senate Bill 27 by Senators Pedersen and Danielson, also Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Tipper, concerning emergency supplies for Colorado babies and families in connection therewith, providing diapering essentials through diaper distribution centers, and making an appropriation.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 27, the Public Health Committee report, and the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations report, we made one substantive change. This is what we've been calling the diaper bill, to add a $5 million appropriation from the federal relief dollars for food pantries, which we've been hearing are now completely under-resourced. So that amendment passed, which would allow that, and then appropriated the $5 million. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Public and Behavioral Health Committee report. I'm sorry. Yes. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, there was just a technical fix that we made in the Public and Behavioral Health Committee. It was essentially just, why am I blanking on this? It was with regards to the fund itself and making sure that it was,
The legislature would have to approve.
the legislature would have to appropriate going forward, and so it's not automatic appropriation. Sorry. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Public Health Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. I heard more ayes than I heard noes. The Public and Behavioral Health Care Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a grant program. This creates a grant program through the State Department of Human Services for diaper banks that have 2 years experience with distributing diapers. It then creates these diaper banks. I'll let my co-prime sponsor talk about the need a little bit, but that's essentially what we're doing here in this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've seen an increased need in diapers, just basic care services for families and kids. Individuals showing up to food banks for the first time ever because of loss from COVID and realizing that they actually can't get diapers. So this puts money into an existing structure already that has been shown to be incredibly productive and useful at meeting that scarcity need that folks have, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I heard more ayes once again than noes. Senate Bill 27 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 158.
Senate Bill 158 by Senators Danielson and Pedersen, also Representatives Titone and Duran, concerning modification to the Colorado Health Services Core Program administered by the Department of Public Health and Environment to expand the availability of geriatric care providers in shortage areas in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Oh, it is such an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 158 and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
They changed the capital letters on 2 words, and we ask for a no vote on the Appropriations Report. A no vote, I repeat, no vote on the Appropriations Report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No! The noes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is lost. To the bill. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 158 really kind of, since we face a shortage with geriatric medical providers and there's been a sharp rise in senior population, this bill will actually incentivize healthcare providers to specialize in geriatric healthcare by offering student repayment loans in advance for practicing nurses, physician assistants, and other providers. This is really a good bill, much needed bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you go to the state demographer's office and you look at the changing population here in Colorado, you're going to see that the aging population, 65 and over, is really getting increasing, and it's going to continue to increase. And if we don't give the people who are aging the health care that they need, it's going to cost even more money to care for these folks. So this is a really important bill looking towards the future to getting the healthcare providers for our aging population, which everybody's district is going to have. So urge a yes vote on this. This is going to help Colorado out in the long term. So urge a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 158? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 158. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 158 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for Senate Bill 43. I'm sorry. Senate Bill 242. 243. I will get this right by the end of the day. We had moved it to the end of the calendar.
Thank you, Majority Leader Eskar. I am searching. You have heard the motion. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 243.
Senate Bill 243 by Senator Moreno, also Representative McCluskey, concerning annual appropriations to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 243 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
This morning we did make an appropriation, and we have realized that there is a technical amendment to correct the amount that we had put through in appropriations. I move L004 to Senate Bill 243 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment has been moved and is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we were replacing the general fund that had been identified in the fiscal note for both CDPHE and our local public health agencies with Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund, the federal funding that has come into the state. There could not be a more appropriate use for our Fed funding. And we are changing the amount of the Fed funding from 16 million, from 16 million to 14.5 million. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 243 is strengthening the infrastructure of both CDPHE and our local public health agencies. We have 53 local public health agencies covering all 64 counties in this state. State and local public health agencies work together to provide those core public health services and addressing challenges certainly identified and brought forth by the pandemic. We need funding that is flexible so that our public health agencies can address emerging needs and ensure that we are ready and prepared to provide services to address clean air and water, safe restaurants, protection from communicable diseases, emergency response, prevention from chronic diseases, injury prevention, and so much more. I urge your support of Senate Bill 243.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 243. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 243 is passed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 282.
Senate Bill 282 by Senators Bridges and Woodward, also Representatives Snyder and Van Winkle, concerning an extension of the small retailer exemption to the sales and use tax designation sourcing rules.
Why don't you go ahead and take the lead?
Okay.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 282.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is no committee report, so to the bill. What this bill does is it will allow small retailers to continue to source their sales on their business location, regardless of where the purchaser receives a tangible personal property or service received. Now, we as the City of Colorado have been in a process for about 6 years now of trying to simplify our overly complex tax code. Colorado has has had one of the most complex tax codes of all the 50 states because we have so many local jurisdictions and local business licensing jurisdictions that overlap one another, so it's very difficult to tell if I have a business out of my garage and I ship something to Telluride, for example, what taxes do I need to apply to that shipment to Telluride for that sale? So we've set up the system over the years. We've been simplifying it for the people of Colorado and trying to reduce that headache for especially our small Colorado retailers and just leveling that playing field. So I'm very proud of this bill that it will allow us to delay for 1 year or delay until February.
7 months.
Delay by 7 months the implementation of those requirements to start using the new system. And what that will do is allow the Sales and Use Tax Simplification Task Force time to work out any kinks and make sure that everyone is comfortable with the system before we transition from the old kind of outdated model to the new and improved model. My big thanks to Representative Snyder for getting caught up so quickly to speed on such a very complex issue that affects all levels of government and all people of Colorado. So thank you, Representative Snyder.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See, a really simple bill. It really just moves the deadline, which is fast approaching now at June 30th, out to February 1 of 2022 to give those small businesses, those with gross sales of 100,000 or less, more time to get in sync with the new system and work out some local licensing issues. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Tatum.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the sales and use tax simplification system is a really good, successful IT project. As the Vice Chair of the Joint Technology Committee, we heard a lot about this over the last few years. And, to make sure that we get this thing exactly right and make sure we get it through, this is the bill to do it. And I urge a yes vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 282? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 282. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. I heard no no's. That means Senate Bill 282 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 258.
Senate Bill 258 by Senators Janal and Rankin, also Representatives Snyder and Froelich, concerning the administration of state assistance programs to mitigate the risk of wildfire and in connection therewith creating the Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund and the Hazard Mitigation Fund, transferring money into specially designed wildfire funds and making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 258.
To the bill.
Thank you. So, folks, this is one of the state stimulus bills. This is one that is specifically in the fire mitigation and fire prevention space. I think we all know that that has become a front burner issue for most parts of the state. The bill seeks to transfer the $25 million in state stimulus money into some new cash funds that are being created specifically for this purpose. It also deals with all three agencies that work in fire mitigation. So the Department of Natural Resources, Department of Public Safety, and the Colorado State Forest Service. We're requiring that they enter into an MOU and make sure that the work they're doing doesn't overlap or, be duplicated. So I'll turn it over at this point to my fine co-prime sponsor.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Snyder, for your incredible work on this bill. I'm so honored to be able to join on late because, hold tight, we're in for nasty weather. There has got to be a way to stop burning down the house. And in fact, we did. Last fire season, 2,600 homes were saved by investing in mitigation, and that is the way we're going to get through our next fire season, which we know is coming. So we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 2? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say for the record, and probably for my caucus in particular, I was a co-prime sponsor on this, and I was intending, and I did request to be removed by on third reading. The reasons for that were not that it was a bad bill. As mentioned by the two sponsors, it brings together the state, the local, and the federal agencies, and it brings the three state agencies closer together as far as managing the wildfire mitigation process. We should be fighting fires before they start, not after they burned up forest land, polluted the skies with brush and timber smoke, and the much more toxic smoke from structures and vehicles. The money spent here on wildfire mitigation can save human lives, property, animal ecosystems, and forest resources. All of these are good things. In full disclosure, the reason I asked to be removed as a co-prime sponsor is because I was rather omitted from the initial draft and stakeholder meetings, and to the point of not even being informed on the appropriations meeting. So it didn't seem appropriate to stay on this, but it doesn't mean I won't support it. I just wanted you guys to know why the names have changed, but I'll vote yes for this. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 258? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 258. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 258 is adopted. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 032.
Senate Bill 32 by Senator Donovan, also Representative Ortiz, concerning establishing a mobile veteran support unit grant program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
It is such an honor to serve with you as well.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 32 and the State Civic and Military Veteran Affairs Committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs report.
Yeah, we added two amendments in the committee. One, because essentially what we're going to be doing is giving access to resources in rural areas to veterans that are unhoused. One of the resources that we're looking to add is transportation to and from appointments, for example, or to and from resources. The amendment that I added made sure that every effort was made to make this mobile unit accessible. 40% of veterans are leaving service with their temporary or permanent disabilities, so this is something that needed to be done. The second amendment that we added in committee changed some of the deadlines, and the reason why is in addition to the departments, and we're talking about DOLA, role in response to the pandemic, the department has a number of new programs to roll out in the next fiscal year, so we're moving the date from September to October to help ensure a smooth rollout of this new program. The department also routinely develops policies and procedures for its programs rather than promulgate rules, which takes a minimum of 6 to 9 months to complete, so this is making it more streamlined and more efficient. And with that, I move for the approval of the report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically what this bill is going to do is it establishes a grant program to fund a veteran-owned and focused organization. And what that will do is create a mobile support unit, which will act as a point of contact to veterans outside of the metropolitan areas who are experiencing homelessness or are unable to access essential services. Those essential services may include distribution of supplies, direct healthcare services, and transportation assistance. Look, at the end of the day, veterans are overrepresented in the homeless population. And though my House district is not a rural one, I want to be a part of the bridge of that famous rural-urban divide that we hear so much about, although rumor has it that was solved. But trying to continue to be a bridge and solve that problem. So ultimately, folks, this is about providing resources to those that are underserved in rural, especially rural Colorado, and the most vulnerable, the unhoused. We are too smart and too prosperous of a nation to allow anyone that has served this nation to be unhoused, especially those that chose to find peace in rural areas. So with that, an urgent aye vote.
Is there any, Representative Holtorf?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Conceptually, Senate Bill 21032 is a good idea. And to my colleague from Arapahoe County, hope I got that county right. Got that county right, that's good. Last time caused a big old fuss. Not much for me, but for a lot of other people. But this right here, on page 2, you've got a definition that bothers me. It says veteran means a person who served in the active military, naval, or air and space force of the United States, regardless of a person's discharge status. So the question I have for the bill sponsor with respect to a veteran and a veteran that is entitled to this program, does that mean that a veteran who got a bad conduct discharge or dishonorable discharge is eligible for this program as defined by that definition?
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Representative Holtor for that question. Yes, that's exactly what that means, and here's the reasoning to why. You know, a lot of the problems that occur up to this point when it comes to combat, especially if we're talking about Korean War, Vietnam era, and then Gulf War I, you know, they weren't really given the full measure of the impact that trauma and stress can have, known as PTSD. So a lot of service members during that time were discharged and given an other than honorable or dishonorable discharge because of behavioral health issues or mental health issues around that. So we wanted to make sure that we were capturing those individuals. At the end of the day, we want to make sure we're providing services to the most vulnerable if they serve their country. So that's what that's about.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Representative Ortiz, for that explanation. I have reservations with respect to this legislation and that definition. I will tell you that the seriousness of determination or determining a discharge status is weighed at many levels within the JAG Corps, within the command structure. But, and I understand the intent of this bill, but I will tell you that certain veterans do lose that veteran status and the veteran's benefits depending on their performance of duty during the time they served their country. And there are people that served in the military that did some very terrible things. And a dishonorable discharge usually carries that definition. So, in that particular situation, and I know it may be subjective, and I do understand the bill sponsor's subjectivity, but I think there are conditions and situations where an individual should not and does not deserve veteran support based on their performance of duty, and that particular performance of duty being classified dishonorable. So with that, I will have very difficult time getting behind this legislation.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 32? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 32. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 32 is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 175 and Senate Bill 103 until tomorrow.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objections, those bills will be laid over. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1309 is amended. House Bill 1325 is amended. House Bill 1326 is amended. House Bill 1328, House Bill 1330 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 18 is amended. Senate Bill 27 is amended. Senate Bill 32 is amended. Senate Bill 146 is amended. Senate Bill 158, Senate Bill 169 is amended. Senate Bill 194 is amended. Senate Bill 199 is amended. Senate Bill 242 is amended. Senate Bill 243 is amended. Senate Bill 258, Senate Bill 279, Senate Bill 280 is amended. Senate Bill 282, Senate Bill 288, Senate Bill 289 is amended. Senate Bill 291 is amended. Passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 103, Senate Bill 175 laid over.
Nice job, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Jackson. Members, you have heard the motion. There are two amendments at the desk. We will go alphabetical order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Carver amendment to Senate Bill 146, which is L011.
Representative Carver moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Carver Amendment L11 to Senate Bill 146 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 146 is amended passed.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Carver Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Carver. That has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Rickson Snyder. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excuse, the Carver Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L10 to Senate Bill 146.
Representative Lynch moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Lynch Amendment L10 to Senate Bill 146 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 146 is amended passed.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move the Lynch Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Has been properly moved-ish and displayed. Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is a technicality that we really should think about, and after further research since this amendment went through, this truly does not affect the bill. It doesn't constrain DOC. It just removes an unforeseen bill drafting loophole that does not allow a convicted criminal in jail to get an outside analysis of their physical well-being and take advantage of that, manipulate that system, and allows them to get out of jail early because they paid a doctor to say that they should. Doesn't affect the bill. I invoke a yes vote, please.
Is there any further discussion on the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 1 excuse, the Lynch Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. I believe that brings us to third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Gregorio, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, I almost said Madam Speaker.
I've been called worse.
It might be an upgrade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 247 until July 8th.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 247 will be laid over until July 8th. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 250.
Senate Bill 250 by Senators Fenberg and Gonzalez, also Representatives Lantin and Caraveo, concerning modifications to certain statutes governing the conduct of elections and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 250 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two amendments. I ask for permission for a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. That is a proper motion. Would you like to explain why? And sometimes we display the amendment if you'd like.
Yes, sir. I have Amendment L040, and I ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay.
If I didn't move it, I do move L040.
Well, we will ask for permission first, and then we'll move it after that. So maybe explain why you want permission to offer this amendment.
This one, L040, corrects the bill in that Senate Bill 21250 had the wrong citation from the Colorado Revised Statute. It read Colorado Revised Statute 1-7.5-103. It should read, by my estimation, Colorado Revised Statute 1-7.5-107.3. This, I talked this over with the bill sponsors, and they did indicate that I was correct on this. So,
very good. Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hanks, for talking to us about this, for your close reading of the bill. This absolutely was a mistake that Representative Hanks caught. We ask for permission for a third reading amendment as well.
Very good. Is there any further discussion on permission? Seeing none, the question before us is to offer permission for a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 1 excuse, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Representative Hanks.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is where it might get a little fuzzy because I don't know that we trained into this part of it. Has it ever happened before? I move Amendment L040.
It's been properly moved, Representative Hanks.
So I think I pretty much indicated what it does. It just changes a reference and corrects the citation. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we do ask for a yes vote as well.
Very good. Thanks to Representative Hanks and Caraveo. The question before us is the adoption of L040 to Senate Bill 250. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 1 excused, L040 is adopted. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I ask for permission to move a third reading amendment.
Okay, the question before us is permission. Would you like to display the amendment and explain why we should grant permission?
Indeed, I would, sir. Thank you. Although my sense of order
Take your time.
Caused me some grief here. I've got one. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, I move, here's L039, ask that it be displayed. What this does is works in section 45, and it's easier to read it than to, it's short. It basically removes a stricken section. Amend revised bill, page 41, lines 11 and 12. Strike the stricken portion and substitute what was once stricken, and that is, quote, an incomplete or incorrect affidavit by an elector on the returned mail ballot envelope, unquote. And then it has 2 other lesser changes.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Is there further discussion on permission? Representative Montine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank Representative Hanks for his amendment that made that technical correction. We really appreciate that. This one, however, makes a substantial change, and we ask for a no vote on permission.
Is there any further discussion on permission to offer a third reading amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is to grant permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 1 excused, permission is not granted. Further discussion on Senate Bill 250. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the consideration. There are significant concerns from constituents with regard to Section 45 and striking that element of the, striking a couple of lines, and it affects challenges of ballots cast by mail. I'll take a few minutes here, if I may. I want to read to you a letter from a signature verification election judge and a poll watcher. I'll omit the name. And it says simply, Dear Colorado legislator, please vote to keep the right of citizen poll watchers to file voter challenges regarding signature discrepancies. As a signature verification election judge and also a poll watcher for many years, I know how important this right is for watchers to be able to challenge signature discrepancy decisions. Election judges are often under a great deal of pressure to work very quickly. Another set of eyes can help if a judge needs to take a little more time to make the best decision about a signature. I always welcome poll watchers to watch me as I work checking signatures. Thank you. So she was asking to keep the right of poll watchers to file voter challenges regarding signature discrepancies. What we have, in my estimation, is fundamental miscommunication here in my way of thinking. The elections here belong to the citizens. The voter challenges that we were looking to restore are a rarely used tool, but they're an essential tool when citizens have evidence of an incorrect decision. And voter challenges help avoid lawsuits, I said, over incorrect decisions being made on voter eligibility as they give an immediate solution to a problem. Mail ballot voter eligibility rests on signature verification. Signature verification is the heart of the integrity of mail ballot elections, and allowing watchers the tool of a rarely used and important voter challenge on signatures prevents a larger scale problem. They do not prevent votes from being counted. They do not promote voter disenfranchisement, and they increase trust in elections. I believe this is a serious change to this law that needs to be considered, and accordingly, I move that the bill be read at length. Thank you.
That is a proper motion.
State, Veterans, and Military Affairs State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Finance Appropriations. A bill for an act. Bill for an act. 101 concerning modifications to certain statutes governing the 102 conduct of elections, and, in connection therewith, 103 making an appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.government. The bill amends various laws related to the conduct of elections, including provisions related to procedures for registering to vote and for automatic voter registration through voter registration agencies, requirements related to political party organization. House amended second reading May 26, 2021. Senate third reading unamended May 12, 2021. Senate amended second reading May 11, 2021. Senate sponsorship Fenberg and Gonzalez, Bridges, Fields, Garcia, Ginal, Hansen, Jacquez Lewis, Lee, Moreno, Pedersen, Story, Winter. House sponsorship Lontine and Carabio. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute, including requirements for precinct caucuses, county assemblies, and vacancy committees. Ballot access for candidates, including repealing the ability of an unaffiliated candidate for President of the United States to be nominated by paying a fee. Requirements for voter service in polling centers, voting in person, and emergency voting. Procedures for challenges to a person's right to vote. Procedures and requirements for circulating recall petitions and the conduct of recall elections, including municipal and local government recall elections. Prohibitions on electioneering in and within 100 feet of a polling place, and requirements for filing initiative petitions. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-1-104, amend, 32, 3 and 51, as follows, 4-1-1-104. Definitions. As used in this code, unless the context 5 otherwise requires. 6. 32. Primary election means the election held on the last 7 Tuesday in June of each even-numbered year and the presidential 8 primary election held in accordance with Part 12 of Article 4 of 9 this Title 1. 10. 51. Watcher means an eligible elector other than a candidate 11 on the ballot who has been selected by a political party chairperson on 12 behalf of the political party, by a party candidate at a primary election, by 13 an unaffiliated candidate at a general, congressional vacancy, or 14 nonpartisan election, or by a person designated by either the opponents or 15 the proponents in the case of a ballot issue or ballot question. If selected 16 by a political party chairperson or a party candidate, or an unaffiliated 17 candidate, the watcher must be affiliated with that political party or -250. 1 unaffiliated as shown in the statewide voter registration system. If 2 selected by an unaffiliated candidate, the watcher must be 3 unaffiliated as shown in the statewide voter registration 4 system. 5 Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-2-201, amend 6, 3, B, I, as follows, 7-1-2-201. Registration required, deadlines, additional 8 identifying information to be provided by first-time registrants. 9, 3, B. An elector may timely register to vote by 10, I. Submitting an application through a voter registration drive number 11 later than 22 days before the election, except that, if the 22nd day before an election is a Saturday, Sunday, or State 13 legal holiday, or federal holiday recognized by the United States 14 Postal Service, the elector is permitted to register on the next day that 15 is not a Saturday, Sunday, or State legal holiday, or federal holiday 16. Recognized by the United States Postal Service. 17 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-2-202.5, amend. 18, 1A, 3, C, 5, 7A, 7B, and 7C, 2, and add 7D, as follows, 19 1-2-202.5. Online voter registration, online changes in elector 20 information. 1A. An elector may register to vote, and a registered 21 elector may change his or her residence in the registration record, or 22 change or withdraw his or her affiliation by completing an electronic 23 form on the official website of the Secretary of State if the elector's 24 signature is stored in digital form in the database systems maintained by 25 the Department of State pursuant to Section 1-2-301, 1, or IS accessible to 26 the Department of State in accordance with the requirements of Section 27-1-2-302, 6, or if the elector provides the last 4 digits of the -3250. One elector's social security number, and the number can be validated through the Department of Revenue pursuant to 3 Section 1-2-302, 6.7. 4. 3. The electronic voter registration form must include 5. C.I. A place for the elector to input additional information, as 6 determined by the Secretary of State, necessary to locate the elector's 7 signature in the database system specified in subsection 1 of this 8 section, and a place for the elector to assent to the use of the signature for 9 voter registration purposes. 10. 2. A place for the elector, in the alternative, to enter 11 the last 4 digits of the elector's social security number to be 12 validated pursuant to subsection 1 of this section, and to 13 upload a signature electronically. 14. 5. The signature requirement of Section 1-2-201, 2. IS met 15 by an elector's assent on the electronic application to the use of his or her 16 signature for voter registration purposes, meets the signature requirement. 17 of Section 1-2-201, 2. The return of an elector's signature in 18. Response to a notice sent pursuant to subsection 7A or 7B, 19 of this section, or the return of an elector's signature in copy 20 of the elector's identification pursuant to Section 1-7.5-107.321, 1.5. 22. 7A. I. When a person completes an electronic voter 23 registration form in accordance with subsection 3 of this section and is 24 qualified to register based on the information provided in the form, the 25 county clerk and recorder shall search for the elector's signature in the 26 database systems specified in subsection 1 of this section. If the 27 signature is found, the county clerk and recorder shall approve the new -4250. 1 registration pursuant to subsection 6 of this section, and shall add the 2 elector to the computerized statewide voter registration list maintained by 3 the Secretary of State pursuant to Section 1-2-301, 1. 4. 2. If a signature is not found, but the elector provided 5 the last 4 digits of the elector's social security number, the 6 county clerk and recorder shall 7A. Approve the new registration pursuant to subsection 8, 6 of this section, and shall add the elector to the computerized 9 statewide voter registration list maintained by the Secretary 10 of State pursuant to Section 1-2-301, 1, and 11B. Sent to the elector's address of record by 12 non-forwardable mail. Notice that the elector has been 13 registered to vote. A postage-paid pre-addressed return form by 14 which the elector may return a signature, and information on 15 how the elector can upload a signature electronically. 16B. I. When a registered elector completes an electronic form 2. 17. Change his or her residence or change or withdraw his or her affiliation. 18. The county clerk and recorder shall search for the registered elector's 19 signature in the database systems specified in subsection 1 of this 20 section. If the signature is found, the county clerk and recorder shall 21 approve the change in status pursuant to subsection 6 of this section, and 22 shall make the changes indicated on the electronic form in the 23 computerized statewide voter registration list maintained by the Secretary 24 of State pursuant to Section 1-2-301, 1. 25. 2. If a signature is not found, but the elector provided 26 the last 4 digits of the elector's social security number, the 27 county clerk and recorder shall -5250. 1A. Approve the change in status pursuant to subsection 2, 6 of this section, and shall make the changes indicated on the 3 electronic form in the computerized statewide voter 4 registration list maintained by the Secretary of State pursuant 5 to Section 1-2-301, 1, and 6B. Sent to the elector's address of record by 7 non-forwardable mail. Notice of the change in status. A postage 8 paid pre-addressed return form by which the elector may return 9 a signature, and information on how the elector can upload a 10 signature electronically. 11. C. 2. A change or withdrawal of affiliation made in accordance 12 with this section applies to an election if the elector completes the 13 electronic form no later than 22 days before the 14 election, except that, if the 29th 22nd day before and 15 election is a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, the change or withdrawal. 16 applies if made by the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or legal. 17. Holiday. 18. D. I. If a notice provided under subsection 7A, 2, or 19, 7B, 2 of this section is returned as undeliverable within 20 days after the county clerk and recorder mails the 21 notice, the person's registration or change in status is canceled 22 and the person is deemed never to have registered or changed 23 status. If the notice is returned as undeliverable after 24 days after the county clerk and recorder mails the notice, the 25 person's registration is marked inactive. 26. 2. Notwithstanding subsection 7D I of this section, if 27 a person votes in an election after submitting the application. -6250. 1 for registration or change in status but before the notice IS2 returned as undeliverable, the person's registration or change 3 in status shall not be cancelled and the registration shall not 4 be marked inactive. 5. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-2-302, amend 6.7, 6 as follows, 7.1-2-302. Maintenance of computerized statewide voter 8 registration list, confidentiality. 6.7. The Department of Revenue shall not enter into an agreement with the Federal Commissioner of Social Security 10 for the purpose of verifying applicable information in accordance with the 11 requirements of Section 303A.5.B.2 of the Federal Help America 12 Vote Act of 2002, 52 U.S.C. Sector 20,901 TSEQ on or before March 13, 2022. The Department of Revenue shall provide access to the 14 Department of State for verification of a person's name, date of 15 birth, and the last 4 digits of the person's Social Security 16 number pursuant to the agreement entered into under this. 17 Section to allow real-time interactive validation of online 18 voter registration applicants pursuant to Section 1-2-202.5. 19 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-2-213.3, amend, 8:20 as follows, 21 1-2-213.3. Transfer of new voter registration records from 22 Department of Revenue. 8. After the 20-day period described 23 in subsection 7 of this section passes, the registration 24 information of a person registered pursuant to this section 25 including the fact that the person was registered through a 26 voter registration agency becomes a registration record that 27 must be maintained and made available for public inspection in -7250. 1 accordance with section 1-2-227. Information relating to the return to of a notice form by a person declining to be registered or pre-registered. 3. And information relating to the specific agency at which a 4 person was registered pursuant to this section is not a public 5 record subject to public inspection and shall not be used for any 6 purpose other than voter registration statistics. 7. Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-2-213.5, add 1, C, 8 as follows, 9-1-2-213.5. State institutions of higher education, electronic 10 voter registration option, information to students. 1. C. Each 11 state institution of higher education subject to subsection 1A. 12 of this section shall, during the first full week of each fall 13 semester and during the last full week of each spring semester, 14 provide by email to each enrolled student information on voter 15 eligibility and on how to register to vote or update their voter. 16 registration information in the statewide voter registration. 17 database. 18 Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-2-217.7, amend 19, 4A, 2, and 4A, 3, and repeal 4A, 4, as follows, 21-2-217.7. Registration on or immediately prior to election day 21, locations, rules, legislative declaration. 4. Registration at voter 22, service and polling centers. A. An elector may register and vote prior 23 to an election or on election day if the elector, 24, 2, completes and signs a voter registration application in the 25 form prescribed by the Secretary of State by rule, which application must 26 include the questions contained in section 1-2-204, 2, and 27, 3, completes and signs the self-affirmation specified in section -8250, 11-2-205, and 2, 4, completes and signs the affidavit described in paragraph B, 3 of this subsection, 4. 4 Section 8. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-2-219, amend 1, 5 as follows, 6-1-2-219. Changing or withdrawing declaration of affiliation. 7. 1. Any eligible elector desiring to change or withdraw the elector's 8 affiliation may do so by completing and signing a prescribed request for 9 the change or withdrawal and filing it with the county clerk and recorder 10 or by submitting a personal letter written by the elector to the county clerk 11 and recorder at any time up to and including the 29th, 12th, 22nd day preceding a primary election, except that, if the 13th, 29th, 22nd day before the primary election is a 14 Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, the change or withdrawal applies if 15 made by the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday. The 16 prescribed form or personal letter for the change must include the 17 elector's printed name, address within the county, birth date, the last 18 4 digits of the elector's social security number, if the elector 19 wishes to state it, and signature, the date, the elector's previous affiliation 20 status, and the requested change in affiliation status. A prescribed form 21 must be furnished by the county clerk and recorder upon the elector's oral 22 or written request. Upon receiving the request, the county clerk and 23 recorder shall change the elector's affiliation on his or her registration 24 record. If the affiliation is withdrawn, the designation on the elector's 25 registration record must be changed to unaffiliated. If an elector 26 changes affiliation, the elector is entitled to vote, at any primary election, 27 only the ballot of the political party to which the elector is currently. -9250. 1 affiliated. A change or withdrawal of affiliation may not be made by anyone other than the elector. Notwithstanding any other provision of 3 law, a declaration, or change of affiliation made by an unaffiliated elector for in accordance with this section must be deferred if the elector has already 5 been mailed a primary election ballot packet. The deadline by which the 6th elector must declare, change, or withdraw an affiliation is specified in 7. This subsection, 1, only applies to a primary election and does not apply 8 to a general or coordinated election. 9 Section 9. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-2-222, amend 1, 10, 3, and 4, as follows, 11-1-2-222. Errors in recording of affiliation. 1. If an elector goes 12 to the elector's legal voting place to vote at any primary election or to the 13 office of the county clerk and recorder and contends that an error has 14 been made in the recording of the elector's affiliation in the statewide 15 voter registration system or that the affiliation has been unlawfully 16 changed or withdrawn. The election judges or the county clerk and 17 recorder shall allow the elector to make and sign an affidavit, which shall 18 be substantially in the form provided in subsection 4 of this section. Any 19 election judge or the county clerk and recorder has authority to administer 20 the oath and take the acknowledgement of the elector's affidavit. When the 21 affidavit is completed, the county clerk and recorder shall make the 22 changes specified in the affidavit using the date of provided by the 23 elector on the affidavit as the new affiliation date. 24. 3. For the purposes of determining the eligibility of candidates 25 for nomination in accordance with sections 1-4-601, 4a, and 1-4-80126, 4. The eligibility of persons to vote at any precinct caucus, assembly, or 27 convention in accordance with section 1-3-101, or the eligibility of -10-250. 1. Persons to sign petitions in accordance with section 1-4-801. 2. The date 2 of declaration of the party affiliation of the elector shall must be the date 3 of the declaration which the elector alleges by affidavit to have been 4 erroneously recorded or unlawfully changed or withdrawn be the 5 correct date of affiliation. 6. 4. Printed affidavit forms shall must be furnished to the election 7 judges of the various election precincts. The affidavit form must be 8 substantially as follows. 9 State of Colorado, 10 SS. 11 County of, 12 I, believing an error has been made as to the 13 recording of my party affiliation, or a change unlawfully made, or a 14 withdrawal unlawfully made in the statewide voter registration system, do 15 solemnly swear, or affirm, that the party affiliation is now shown in the 16 statewide voter registration system is an error, or has been unlawfully 17 changed, or has been unlawfully withdrawn and that my correct party 18 affiliation should be, instead of, and request that 19 the party affiliation be corrected in the statewide voter registration 20 system. My correct affiliation was made on or before day 21 ed. Place 22 dated 23 signed 24 subscribed and sworn to before me this day of 25/20 26 27 election judge or county clerk -11-250 1 precinct 2 county 3 section 10 in Colorado revised statutes 1-2-502.5 amend 4 C and 8 and add 7.5 as follows 5 1-2-502.5 transfer of voter registration information to 6th Secretary of State. 4. If the record is complete for purposes of voter 7 registration, the county clerk and recorder shall send to the person's 8 address of record, by non-forwardable mail, notice that the person has 9 been registered to vote in a postage-paid pre-addressed return form by 10 which the person may, 11, C, provide a signature if, at the time the elector applied for 12 medical assistance, the person did not use a Colorado driver's license or 13 identification number and did not provide an electronic copy of their 14 signature. The form must include information on how the elector 15 can upload a signature electronically. 16. 7.5a. Subject to compliance with all applicable federal 17 laws and regulations, the Department of Health Care Policy and 18 Financing shall provide to the Secretary of State, on a Schedule 19 established by the Secretary of State, notice of any registered 20 elector who informs the Department of a change of name or 21 address done upon receiving notice of the change of name or address. 22. The Secretary of State shall provide the information to the 23 county clerk and recorder of the county in which the elector 24 resides. 25. B. The county clerk and recorder of the county in which 26 the elector resides shall change the registration record of the 27 elector to reflect the change of name and address. Mark the -12-250. 1 registration record as active, and sent to the elector's 2 address of record, by forwardable mail, notice of the change, a 3 postage paid pre-addressed return form by which the elector may verify or correct the information, and information on how the 5 elector can return a signature or upload a signature 6 electronically if the elector does not have a signature on file. 7. C. If the elector returns the form described in subsection A, 7.5, B, of this section and indicates that the change was in 9 error, the appropriate county clerk and recorder shall 10 immediately correct the elector's previously updated 11 information in the statewide voter registration database. 12. 8. After the 20-day period described in subsection 7, 13 of this section passes, the registration information of a person 14 registered pursuant to this section, including the fact that the 15 person was registered through a voter registration agency. 16 becomes a registration record that must be maintained and made 17 available for public inspection in accordance with section 18-1-2-227. Information relating to the return of a notice form by a person 19 declining to be registered and information relating to the specific 20 agency
Thank
of
you,
which a person
Mr.
was registered
Speaker.
pursuant to this 21
I
section
withdraw
is not a
the
public-
motion to have Zira read SB 21-250.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. That is properly moved. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would, for one last time, with the indulgence of the chamber, request permission for a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Wantine.
I asked for an aye vote on permission.
Thank you, Representative Wantine. The question before us is to offer permission on a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the vote right here.
Oh, yeah,
So
sorry.
one moment.
The question before us is the question to offer permission for a third reading amendment.
Okay, no.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes.
Page 13.
Representative Harrod, Hooton, Kennedy, McCluskey. Oh, wait, 1 second. We got 2. We got 3. We got 4. Here we go now. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 2 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we were discussing in the caucus, this may be a bit uncharted territory. I did already move L039.
Actually, I'm not sure that you did, but you can now, and then it's a proper motion.
Well, let's do that, sir. I move Amendment L039 to Senate Bill 250.
Very good.
Ask that it be displayed.
Very good. It's been properly moved and displayed. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, sir. Again, this amendment simply reinstates language currently in the statute. This bill, Senate Bill 21250, would strike it, and this would reinstate the words simply, quote, an incomplete or incorrect affidavit by an elector on the returned mail ballot envelope, unquote. So again, I make the arguments. These are the citizens' elections. We are working these. We deserve the right to challenge and to review. Voter challenges are very rarely used, and it has been shown that when they are used with restraint. Voter challenges help avoid lawsuits over incorrect decisions being made on voter eligibility. Mail ballot voter eligibility rests entirely on signature verification. Signature verification is the heart of the integrity of mail ballot elections, and allowing watchers the tool of a rarely used and important voter challenge on signatures prevents larger scale problems. I believe taking this language out of the Colorado revised statutes, as Senate Bill 21250 would do, is a grievous error. This amendment puts prudent language back in that law, and I ask for an aye vote on L039. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 45 strikes deep into the heart of Colorado's election integrity, where we are still weakest at accountability. I am not really sure what maybe our sponsors or the Secretary of State thought was wrong with challenging signatures. Section 45 of this bill is a mistake. It will only take us farther from an evidence-based election and closer to an election outcome based on the loudest social media complaints. And I don't think we want to go there, and maybe some county clerks do, but I know that there are some county clerks that don't want to go there. They still have a lot of integrity and are very proud of the elections that we have right now. And you know, when you put together an 80-page bill, there's something wrong. And this Section 45 is wrong. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Montine.
Members, I just want to make sure we all understand that ballots will have signatures verified by a bipartisan team of judges. That's what we have in Senate Bill 250. Election judges can reject signatures under the law. This specific provision was requested by the Clerks Association and the Secretary of State. I still ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we purport to have the gold standard in elections in Colorado. In fact, we're very proud of that. We've heard it mentioned many, many times. Now, this particular language has been part of that gold standard. It is true. Current statute, part of the gold standard. You know, for me, for a country boy from eastern Colorado, this appears to be a friendly amendment. It's something we've done, something we can continue to do, and actually does in fact get adjudicated, as I understand it, and taken care of by the election officials during the election cycle in what we call the gold standard of elections. So I really don't understand why there is any contentiousness, I think that's a word, contentiousness, I don't think I can spell it, with regard to this. It's actually pretty simple. Something that is being done, has been done. I really think it would be very easy for us to vote in favor of this, and should be very easy for us to vote in favor of this. So I'd like for all of us to reconsider any contentiousness or any disruptiveness or any, feelings of confrontation or collision, because I don't think we should have it. On an 80-page bill, I think this amendment, why my, 5 lines on 80 pages. But we're going to have a food fight over that, which I don't understand. The other part of that I want to share is if there are even perceived concerns, maybe not real but perceived, wouldn't we want to accommodate perhaps those perceptions? I would. I certainly would. So as we sit here this afternoon, this beautiful fine afternoon with the sun shining in Colorado, I really think we should have a little more consideration and a little more compassion for our perspectives. So I would ask for all of us to reconsider and vote in favor of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on adoption of L039? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L039 to Senate Bill 250. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Hooton. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, L039 is lost. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I oppose this bill. But I want to talk to you about something, and I want to talk to you about the Bipartisan Election Advisory Commission. This is a commission that was appointed by the Secretary of State, and I have been a member for the last 2+ years. And what was interesting to me this year is that we had a meeting on April the 16th. And this bill, Senate Bill 21250, was introduced in the Senate on April the 26th. That is only 10 days. Not one word was mentioned to the Bipartisan Election Advisory Commission, of which the Secretary of State was present. She did not mention this to this commission. This was kept a secret from this commission. Now, some may have known about it because I know the other night when we were debating this bill, the Democrats' attorney was sitting in the lobby right out that door. And I know she's a member of that commission. But I'm wondering why we have a so-called bipartisan election commission and we are not included when a bill such as this is drafted. Because there are many members of various organizations, of county clerks, of legislators, and nothing was said about this bill. And what I find even more interesting is after each meeting, the Secretary of State sends out a public release, a press release, talking about the bipartisanship of this commission. Didn't say a word about this bill and that either. And it's interesting to me, as you look at the end of her press release, is that she uses that press release to fundraise as well. This is a joke that we have a commission like this and we are not included in a bill that is 80 pages long and is going to literally change the way we do elections. So much for the gold standard. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 250? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 250 on third reading and final passage. As amended. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 250 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 254.
Senate Bill 254 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenziger, also Representatives Lynch and Pico, concerning the elimination of the obsolete advisory committee on the licensing of child care facilities.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 254 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 254 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Lantine, please close the machine. 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 254 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Majority, or please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 270.
Senate Bill 270 by Senators Bridges and Heisey, also Representatives Valdez A. and Larson, concerning an increase in the alcohol beverage production limits for a retail establishment licensed to produce alcohol beverages on its premises.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 270 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 270 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 61 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 270 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Priola, also Representatives Valdez A. and Ortiz, concerning license plates and in connection therewith, specifying that license plates of a motor vehicle that is classified as a Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle, authorizing the issuance of license plates in previously retired styles and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 69 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 69 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye votes, 18 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 69 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Co-sponsors.
Well done. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 235.
Senate Bill 235 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Priola, also Representatives Burnett and McCormick, concerning additional funding for programs of the Department of Agriculture to support increased efficiency in agricultural operations and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 235, third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 235 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Birthday boy. Birthday boy. Please close the machine. 51 aye votes, 12 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 235 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 245.
Senate Bill 245 by Senators Donovan and Rankin, also Representatives McCluskey and Will, concerning backcountry search and rescue services in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 245 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 245 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 58 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 245 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 286.
Senate Bill 286 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, also Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, concerning the distribution of money received under the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for home and community-based services and in connection therewith making and introducing an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 286 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 286 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 aye votes, 8 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 286 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 287.
Senate Bill 287 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, also Representatives McCluskey and Titone, concerning funding sources for the Office of Information Technology and in connection therewith creating the Technology Risk Prevention and Response Fund, increasing the amount of money that may be transferred between items of appropriation made to principal departments of state government and to the Office of the Governor and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 287 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 287 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 42 aye votes, 21 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 287 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 284.
Senate Bill 284 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives Harrod and Larson, concerning evidence-based evaluations to assist the General Assembly in determining the appropriate level of funding for a program or practice and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 284 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 284 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 48 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 284 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 154.
Senate Bill 154 by Senators Colker and Simpson, also Representatives Cutter and Soper, concerning the implementation of the 988 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Network in Colorado in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 154 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 154 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 53 aye votes, 10 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 154 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin and Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 249.
Senate Bill 249 by Senators Fenberg and Donovan, also Representatives Will and Tipper, concerning the creation of an optional discounted parks and public lands access pass that is purchased at the time a motor vehicle is registered in connection therewith, using the pass fees to finance a number of goals of the Division of Parks and Wildlife related to increased conservation of safety at and access to state parks and public lands, and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 249 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 249 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye votes, 17 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 249 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz and McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 173.
Senate Bill 173 by Senators Gonzalez and Moreno, also Representatives Caraveo and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning rights related to residential rental agreements and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 173 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 173 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 173 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 248.
Senate Bill 248 by Senators Donovan and Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Holtorf, concerning assistance for agriculture in Colorado in connection therewith, establishing a loan program in the Department of Agriculture, transferring money from the general fund to a new agriculture featured loan program, cash fund to be used up for the loan program, and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 248 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 248 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 248 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor.
You got her number? Do I need to?
Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 234.
Senate Bill 234 by Senators Jaquez, Lewis, and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Cutter and Holtorf, concerning creation of the Agriculture and Drought Resiliency Fund, and in connection therewith, transferring money from the general fund to the fund and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 234 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 234 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Duran, Lontine, Snyder. Please close the machine. 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 234 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 283.
Senate Bill 283 by Senator Moreno, also Representative McCluskey, concerning cash fund solvency and in connection therewith, creating the cash fund solvency fund to allow the state controller to transfer money to certain cash funds with anticipated cash deficits, which amounts will be later repaid, transferring money to the marijuana cash fund and making and reducing an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 283 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 283 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Oh. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 283 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 9.
Senate Bill 9 by Senator Hawkes Lewis, also Representative Caraveo, concerning the creation of a reproductive health care program and in connection therewith providing contraceptive methods and counseling services to participants and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 9 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 9 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 9 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 251.
Senate Bill 251 by Senators Winter and Moreno, also Representatives Gray and Caraveo, concerning a loan from the General Fund to the Division of Family and Medical Leave Insurance for the purpose of implementing the state's paid family leave and medical leave program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 251 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 251 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 251 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 256.
Senate Bill 256 by Senators Fenberg and Moreno, also Representatives Hooton and Doherty, concerning permitting regulation of firearms by local governing bodies.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 256 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 256 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Duran and Mullica. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 256 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Cook and Janal, also Representatives Byrd and Carver, concerning adoption of written policies by law enforcement agencies for constitutionally required peace officer credibility disclosure notifications in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 174 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 274 on third reading and final passage. Representative Byrd and Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I ask for permission for a third reading technical amendment.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. Would you like to display it and then explain why? Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So members, remember the exciting moment when we asked for you to vote down our Appropriations Committee report? Well, when you complied with that, the Senate Appropriations Clause also failed, and we failed to take out that language. So this amendment strikes the Senate Appropriations Clause, and we ask for your permission.
Yes, please.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Seeing none. The question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Larson and Ricks. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment L014 and ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on L014? Representative Neville.
So this is the week that just keeps on giving. So we got to strike the House Appropriations report on this bill, and then we got to do another one today, and today's the third one. So by voting yes on this, you get to strike a Senate Appropriations report too. So I encourage a yes vote on this.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it occurs to me as I hear that this is the third one, so this is yes for a thirds on thirds.
All deserved, I think. All right. Question before us is the adoption of L014. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 excused, L014 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 174 as amended on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 174 as amended on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote? Sorry, one more time, Representative Ortiz.
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 174 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 241.
Senate Bill 241 by Senators Fields and Bridges, also Representatives Ricks and Doherty, concerning the creation of the Small Business Accelerated Growth Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 241 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 241 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 241 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 252.
Senate Bill 252 by Senators Fenberg and Holbert, also Representatives Tatone and Lanteen, concerning the establishment of a state grant program to promote projects in commercial centers throughout the state that will revitalize community spaces and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 252 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 252 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Ricks, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. Please close the machine. 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 252 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 72.
Senate Bill 72 by Senators Hansen and Quorum, also Representatives Valdez and Catlin, concerning the expansion of electric transmission facilities to enable Colorado to meet its clean energy goals and in connection therewith creating the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority, requiring transmission utilities to join organized wholesale markets and allowing additional classes of transmission utilities to obtain revenue through the co-location of broadband facilities within their existing rights-of-way.
Majority Leader Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 72 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 72 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 49 aye votes, 15 no votes, and 1 excuse. Senate Bill 72 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 274.
Senate Bill 274 by Senator Moreno, also Representative Herod, concerning a sustainable model that is not embedded in the child welfare system for serving facility students and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 274 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 274 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Surprise, surprise. Representative Tipper. And Representative Kitt. My goodness. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 274 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 275.
Senate Bill 275 by Senators Moreno and Rankin, also Representative McCluskey, concerning measures related to clarifying Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act child fines responsibilities between state agencies and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esquer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 275 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 275 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 1 excuse. Senate Bill 275 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 25.
Senate Bill 25 by Senators Pedersen and Quorum, also Representatives Tipper and Will, concerning family planning services for individuals whose income does not exceed the state's current effective income level for pregnant women under the Children's Basic Health Plan and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esquer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 25 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 25 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Holtorf and Duran. Please close the machine. 41 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 2 excused. Senate Bill 25 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 131.
Senate Bill 131 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning measures to protect personal identifying information kept by state agencies and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esquer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 131 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 131 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Burnett. Please close the machine. 41 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 1 excuse. Senate Bill 131 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 121 or 129.
Senate Bill 129 by Senator Garcia, also Representative Ortiz, concerning establishing a pilot program to reduce the suicide rate among veterans and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Esquer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 129 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 129 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 129 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative McLaughlin, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 116.
Senate Bill 116 by Senator Danielson, also Representatives Benavides and McLaughlin, concerning the prohibition of American Indian mascots in Colorado.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 116 on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 116 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. No way. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 116 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the Senate Bill 276.
Senate Bill 276 by Senator Moreno, also Representatives Harrod and Ransom, concerning residential placements for children with intellectual and developmental disabilities in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 276 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 276 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. Oh, wait, Woodrow's back. Representative Woodrow. Please close the machine. With 65 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 276 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 268.
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Zenzinger and Lundin, also Representatives McLaughlin and McCluskey, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 268 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 268 on third reading and final passage. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for permission to run a third reading amendment.
Okay, that's proper motion. Would you like to display the amendment and discuss why?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very technical amendment. We misnumbered one section of at the very end of the bill. We need to change 34 to 41. I ask for your approval.
Is there any further discussion on the question before us, which is permission to offer a third reading amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. With 62 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 0 excused, permission is granted to offer a third reading amendment. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L022 to Senate Bill 268 on third reading.
That has been properly moved. Is there any further discussion on L022? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L022 to Senate Bill 268. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 61 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 0 excuse. L022 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 268 as amended on third reading, final passage.
The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 268 on third reading and final passage as amended. Mr. Gregorio, seeing no further discussion, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 268 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Ortiz, co-sponsor. No. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 277.
Senate Bill 277 by Senator Moreno, also Representative Herod, concerning funding model used to determine child welfare services allocations and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 277 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 277 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 277 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 278.
Senate Bill 278 by Senator Moreno, also Representative Herod, concerning reimbursement for placement of children in out-of-home placement in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 278 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 278 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 59 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 0 excuse. Senate Bill 278 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 16.
Senate Bill 16 by Senators Pedersen and Moreno, also Representatives Escar and Mullica, concerning services related to preventive health care and in connection therewith requiring coverage for certain preventative measures, screenings, and treatments that are administered, dispensed, or prescribed by healthcare providers and facilities and making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 16 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 16 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 16 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 255.
Senate Bill 255 by Senator Winter, also Representatives Harrod and Titone, concerning providing menstrual hygiene products at no expense to students and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 255 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 255 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 255 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 238.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Garcia and Zenziger, also Representatives Escar and Gray, concerning the Front Range Passenger Rail District and in connection therewith creating the district for the purpose of planning, designing, developing, financing, constructing, operating, and maintaining a passenger rail system, specifying the territory governing structure, powers, and duties of the district, and introducing an appropriation.
Boom, Mr. Gregorio. Representative Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 238 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, members, I don't normally bring third reading. I don't normally ask for permission for third reading amendments on transportation bills 2 days in a row. Most of the time, I don't do that. But in this case, I ask for permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Question before us is to give permission to offer a third reading amendment. Would you like to display the amendment and explain why we should provide permission?
That would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We passed a small bill yesterday, Senate Bill 260. I don't know if any of you have heard of it. And it provided some funding for the mechanism that we have in Senate Bill 238. And that caused the reviser and our drafter to spin their head in circles about what the effective dates of things would be. So this would clarify the order in which 260 and 238 would take effect if, by chance, they were both to pass. And so I would ask for permission to offer L021.
Question before us is permission to offer a third reading amendment. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Ricks. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 25 no votes, and 0 excused, permission to offer a third reading amendment is granted. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move L021 and ask for an aye vote.
Question before us is the adoption of L021. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 41 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 0 excused. L021 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 238 as amended on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 238 as amended on third reading and final passage. Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the biggest bills we'll see all year, members. And let me remind you, we're also creating a district that has complete autonomy from anything or any decision that we make in the future. We're granting that district tremendous powers, including the authority to plan, design, develop, finance, construct, operate, and maintain a new interconnected passenger rail system. The authority will include the power to excise taxing authority, levy a sales tax, collect fares and fees, issue bonds, exercise eminent domain, create station improvement districts near existing and proposed passenger rail stations, enter into public-private partnerships, provide retail and commercial goods and services, and employ its own personnel or contract with other entities for other operations and maintenance of the system. Members, I urge a no vote on this. We've experienced this before where we create huge monstrosities that have very little authority connected to us. And I think there needs to be a check and balance here. I also think this is one of the biggest bills of the year that will end up being probably billions of dollars for the people of Colorado and taxpayers of the United States. So I ask for a no vote.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 238 on third reading and final passage. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Amable. Hooten. Come on, Hooten. I can't find her if she's not last. Where is he? Where is Representative Hooten? Representative Hooten is excused. That's a $5 fine. Whatever you want to call it. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 238 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of Senate Bill 244.
Senate Bill 244 by Senators Garcia and Fenberg, also Representatives Garnett and Escar, concerning funding for permanent part-time legislative aides for members of the General Assembly to allow aides to be eligible to enroll in the state health benefits plans pursuant to a policy adopted by the Executive Committee of the General Assembly.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Bill 244 on third reading, final passage.
Question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 244 on third reading and final passage. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 244 is adopted. No clapping. Please maintain your decorum on third reading. Majority Leader Escar. Oh, co-sponsors. Representative Hooten is here. Representative McLaughlin Ortiz, co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House resolution or bills.
See no objection.
Sorry.
We will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1028.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1028. Members, that is on the bottom of page 11 of your calendar. Mr. Gregorio, 1028. 1028. 1028? 1028. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1028.
House Bill 1028 by Representatives Byrd and Rich, also Senators Story and Woodward, concerning the preparation by the Division of Housing within the Department of Local Affairs of an annual public report that provides information on money administered by the state to promote the provision of affordable housing.
I see. I was wrong. House Bill 1028 is on the top of page 10. My fault. My fault. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is time to stand strong. I move that we adhere to our House position. When our bill went to the Senate, they took our funding away. A mere $18,000 to fund our bill, and they stripped our funding. So I ask that the House adhere to our position.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the question before us is to adhere to the House position on House Bill 1028. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Froelich is excused. Oh, she's here. I also need one of those, but we're going to keep going. Representative Froelich, please close the machine. With 54 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 0 excused, the motion to adhere to the House position on House Bill 1028 is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proceed out of order. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1027.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1027, which is on the top of page 12 of your calendar. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1027.
House Bill 1027 by Representatives Larson and Roberts, also Senators Bridges and Priola, concerning the authorization for certain alcohol license holders to offer alcohol beverages for consumption off the licensed premises and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a conference committee be formed for House Bill 1027. Is that the Okay. I move that the House not concur with Senate amendments and a conference committee be formed.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is for the House not to concur with Senate amendments and to appoint a conference committee. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Gray is excused. Please close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 excused, the motion to not concur with Senate amendments is adopted. The The House did not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1027 and has requested a conference committee. House conferees are Chair, Representative Roberts, Representative Larson, and Representative A. Valdez. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we move to the next bill, I just want to ask members, if you can, just move the microphones. This is tilting a little bit, and I don't want to see anything happen to the podium until they can take a look at it. So try not to move the podium, if you will. With that, I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 1007.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1007. It's in the middle of page 12, members. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1007.
House Bill 1007 by Representatives Sullivan and Ortiz, also Senators Danielson and Rodriguez, concerning the state apprenticeship registration program in the Department of Labor and Employment in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Sullivan.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House reject the Senate amendments to House Bill 1007 and that the conference committee be appointed with permission to go beyond the scope because of our differences. And I ask for an aye vote.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1007 and go beyond the scope of the differences between the two chambers? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. The motion to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1007 and go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers is adopted. The House did not concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1007 as requested a conference committee. House conferees are Chair, Representative Sullivan, Representative Ortiz, and Representative Neville. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 1251.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1251, which is in the middle of page 13. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1251.
House Bill 1251 by Representatives Caraveo and Herod, also Senators Fields and Gonzalez, concerning the appropriate use of ketamine upon a person in a pre-hospital setting and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House not concur and that a conference committee be appointed.
The motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1251. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the motion to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1251 and appoint a conference committee. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to not concur with Senate amendments and appoint a conference committee is adopted. The House did not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1251 and has requested a conference committee. House conferees are Representative Caraveo, Chair, Representative Herod, and Representative Lynch.
No, I've got to do the whole thing.
Majority Leader Escar.
Members, since we're in the last 3 days of session, the House can consider Senate amendments without receiving a copy of the revised bill or without it being printed in the calendar. House Bill 1301 was amended and then passed on third reading in the Senate today. So I move for immediate consideration of House Bill 1301.
Seeing no objection, we will move to immediate consideration of House Bill 1301. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1301.
House Bill 1301 by Representatives Escar and Holtorf, also Senators Quorum and Moreno, concerning the removal of impediments to cannabis farming and in connection therewith permitting contingency plans to reduce crop loss based on adverse weather and convening a working group to examine measures to reduce cross-pollination and making an appropriation.
Representative Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House reject the Senate amendments to House Bill 1301 and that a conference committee be formed.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Okay.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made an amendment that actually limits the marketing ability of hemp producers in the state of Colorado, which I wholeheartedly, as one of the few hemp growers in this chamber, wholeheartedly reject.
Great. Seeing no further discussion on the motion before us is the motion to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1301 and to appoint a conference committee. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 1 excused, the motion to reject Senate amendments and to House Bill 1301 and appoint a conference committee is adopted. The House did not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1301 and has requested a conference committee. House conferees are Majority Leader Escar, Chair, Representative Caraveo, and Representative Holtorf. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order, or is it the same? I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 1065.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1065, which is in the bottom of page 12. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1065.
House Bill 1065 by Representatives Ortiz and Carver, also Senators Garcia and Gardner, concerning the authority of a private employer to adopt a veteran's preference employment policy when hiring new employees in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House not concur with the Senate amendments and a conference committee be formed.
The motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1065 and to appoint a conference committee. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, and 1 excuse. The motion to not concur with Senate amendments and appoint a conference committee on House Bill 1065 is adopted. The House did not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1065 and has requested a conference committee. House conferees are Representative Ortiz, Chair, Representative Madam Speaker Pro Tem Benavides, and Representative Carver. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue on with some consideration of Senate amendments to House bills, and we'll go back to the beginning of the calendar on page 9, and I move House Bill 1024.
Mr. Gregorio, seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for immediate consideration of House Bill 1024. Mr. Gregorio. Gregorio, please read the title of the House Bill 1024.
House Bill 1024 by Representatives Snyder and Van Winkle, also Senators Winter and Priola, concerning requirements relating to the transfer of an off-highway vehicle and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was a simple drafting error by the fiscal analyst amounting to about $18,000 that needed to go in the cash drive fund. That's the only amendment the Senate put on, so we asked to concur.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1024. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. With 60 aye votes, 4 no votes, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1024 are adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that we still have more of these to get to, but considering it's been a long day for some of us who don't get to leave.
Let's finish this one. Let's repass it as amended.
Oh, you want me to do that first? I move to repass House Bill 1024.
As amended.
As amended.
Wonderful. The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1024 as amended. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Bacon, Benavides, Burnett, Caraveo. Burnett. Please close the machine. 61 aye votes, 3 no votes, and 1 excuse. House Bill 1024 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, there's a few of us that haven't really left the floor in a while and could really use a 5-minute recess.
Seeing no objection, let's take a brief recess. The House, actually, everyone hold on one sec. The House will come back to order real quick. We're going to do one quick announcement and then we will actually break for appropriations. So let's get one announcement from Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we did have an appropriations meeting today, this morning, and I forgot to announce the winner. The winner of the appropriations joke contest is Representative Woodrow. He's not here? Well, there he is. Come on down, Representative Woodrow. While you're doing that, Appropriations Committee, we will be meeting today to hear 5 great bills that everybody wants to know about. They are House Bill 1329, Senate Bill 57, Senate Bill 190, Senate Bill 269, Senate Bill 290. We'll be meeting in the Old State Library immediately after Woodrow's joke.
All right, so the announcement for everybody is appropriations meeting in the Old State Library immediately following this very quick joke so we can go into recess. Representative Woodrow.
Yeah, thank you, members. When does a joke become a dad joke? When the
Everyone's not listening.
When does a joke become a dad joke? When the punchline becomes apparent.
All right, one more announcement. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I'm being distracted. Sorry. We're going to break for appropriations. Hear 5 bills. We're going to come back to the floor after appropriations, run through those 5 bills on seconds before we break for committees this evening. Just so everybody's clear, so don't go too far from the floor. Appropriations should not take that long. And with that, I move that the House stand in recess.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess while appropriations meets. House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following House Bill 1329 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 57 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 190 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 269 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 290 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been requested and approved that the coat rule be relaxed for the rest of the day. I know it's getting hot in here.
So approved. Majority Leader.
Thank you. I move that the following bills be made special orders on June 3rd at 4:08 p.m. I'm going to list all of these. We're going to skip two of them, but since they're already on the special orders calendar, I'm just going to list them all, and I'll tell you what we're laying over when we get there. House Bill 1329, Senate Bill 57, Senate Bill 190, Senate Bill 269, Senate Bill 290.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 4:08 p.m. Representative, whoever wants to, just raise your hand. That's actually... We'll set that up. It needs a little bit more planning than that, but we'll set that up. Representative Sirota.
Special.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Sirota will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat roll is relaxed. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title of House Bill 1329.
House Bill 1329 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Woodrow, also Senator Holbert and Gonzalez, concerning the use of money the state receives from the federal government under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to make investments in housing to assist persons disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 public health emergency facing housing insecurity.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1329 and the Transportation and Local Government Committee report.
And the Appropriations.
And the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just had appropriations, and we have funds going to the appropriate avenue in order to implement this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the Transportation and Local Government report, Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We had a technical amendment in front of the committee that we just had to clean up, just a couple things to make sure the money was going into the right fund. We asked for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Transportation and Local Government report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation and Local Government report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, House Bill 1329 creates the Affordable Housing and Home Ownership Cash Fund in the State Treasury. The bill creates a task force through the Executive Committee of the Legislative Council during the 2021 interim and will issue a report with recommendations to the General Assembly and the Governor on policies to create transformative change in the area of housing using money the state receives from the federal act. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Members, this is our moment. We know that we stand at the precipice of a housing crisis here in Colorado, and this is our opportunity to address it head on. This bill is about transformative change. It's our time, and we ask for an aye vote. Good bill. Vote yes.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1329 as amended? Question before us is the passage of House Bill 1329 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1329 passes. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 57 and Senate Bill 190 until tomorrow.
You have heard the motion. Senate Bill 57 and Senate Bill 190 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 269.
Senate Bill 269 by Senators Winter and Smallwood, also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Van Beber, concerning licensing respite child care centers and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, 269, creates a trauma-informed space for foster parents who need to have some respite care and send foster children on an as-needed basis to align with the Federal Families First Act. I move Senate Bill 269 and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a foster parent, a former foster parent, the time spent recharging, recentering, and providing your foster child with the opportunity for them to have the space they need while a foster family regroups and receives the training or the education or the time that they need to come back together to be in a whole family is absolutely invaluable. It creates a retention process and a quality foster care experience that cannot be overstated. So on that note, I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 269.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 269? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 269. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 269 passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 290.
Senate Bill 290 by Senators Danielson and Buckner, also Representative Young, concerning the allocation of $15 million from the general fund to establish the Area Agency on Aging Grant Program for programs providing assistance to older Coloradans in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative Young.
I move Senate Bill 21290 and the appropriations report.
I do not believe there is an appropriations report to the bill. Representative Young.
Thank you. This is a very important bill. What we're doing is providing $15 million to a grant program for what is known as the AAAs, the Area Agencies on Aging. There's 16 of those across Colorado. So really, in essence, they cover every corner of the state. Throughout the pandemic, as we know, older Coloradans have been significantly impacted by the pandemic, especially they are the highest group who have succumbed to COVID-19, and they became socially isolated. They weren't able to access meals, and their routine was disrupted. The AAAs responded immediately to that. Almost in the first days of the pandemic, I was getting phone calls from older adults looking for food sources, and I immediately turned to our local AAA, and they responded. As we heard earlier today, there are 1.1 million Coloradans who are over the age of 60, and we expect by 2050 that a quarter of Coloradans will be over the age of 60 in this state. So this grant program will provide needed resources to help older Americans recover, older Coloradans recover from the pandemic. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to give you a little more idea of the population dynamics, just in 2 years, there will be more people over the age of 65 in Colorado than there are 0 to 18. So we silver-haired foxettes are really becoming a moving force in the state, and this grant will help all of them and all of the centers for aging. Now, this is a grant, and that means that once the money is gone, there will be no more. So we are encouraging that these areas for aging think very carefully about what they want. Perhaps they need new kitchen equipment. Perhaps they need a new van to take people around. But this is, this is their chance at winning the lotto. So we urge an yes vote, please, on this. It's will be money well spent and money well used. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to rise and put a plug in for the Area Agencies on Aging. There are a number of them throughout the state. A long-standing program in El Paso County that's centered within the Pikes Peak Area Council of Governments, which several of us have had the honor to participate in and chair. A couple of us have been in that. These are grant programs. They handle a variety of programs, from transportation to Meals on Wheels. It's a good program, and I will support this.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And with you.
Well, I was touched when I heard the testimony down here in the well, so I thought I would come down here and remind you that the Gray Panthers rule. So, those of you that resemble that, we should stand up and say, yes, this is a good bill. I don't think we're getting enough attention in this day and age. This special interest group that we are in needs a lot more help than we've been getting. In fact, we've had people give us a hard time here lately that we're out of touch and get out of the road and move away, get out of the lane and go rest. Well, take a look. There's quite a few of us Gray Panthers in here. Together, we can do a whole lot of things. Good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 290? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 290. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 290 passes. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The committee will come to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, makes the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1329 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 269, Senate Bill 290 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 57, Senate Bill 190 laid over until 6/4/2021.
There are no amendments at the desk, but that doesn't matter yet. Representative Sirota. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Van Winkle votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gray votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Harrod and Representative Jackson are excused with $5 fines each. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 24 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, June 4th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow, Friday, June 4th. Mr. Gregorio, introduction of concurrent resolution.
HCR 21-10002 by Representatives Geithner and Kennedy, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the extension of the property tax exemption for qualifying seniors and disabled veterans to the Gold Star spouses of deceased members of the United States Armed Forces.
Can you hand me that? Mr. Gregorio? Thanks so much. House Concurrent Resolution 10002 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs. Announcements and introductions. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee, in addition to the two bills we already discussed that we'll be hearing today, which will be Senate Bills 272 and Senate Bill 87, this recently introduced House concurrent resolution by Representative Geithner is being added to the calendar at the end today, so we'll try to make sure you guys all have copies of that before we get to committee today.
Further announcements and introductions. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary Committee members, reminder, we are getting going as soon as we recess here. We will do the following four bills in this order. Senate Bill 271, SB 88, back for action only, SB 273, SB 176. As I think members appreciate, we have a lot of work in front of us tonight. We will get going in the Old State Library at 4:40. Please be prompt. Thank you.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, fans of finance, so we will be meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in House Committee Room 112, and we will have whatever bills are referred to us, and there will be some. As soon as I know them, I will make sure you know about them, and they will be printed in the calendar. Thank you. 8 a.m.
Thank you, Representative Byrd. I have a quick announcement. Representative Basenecker will replace Representative Woodrow on State Affairs for today only, and Representative Sirota will replace Representative Bacon on State Affairs for today only. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education Committee, we have one bill left today, Senate Bill 172, and I'll see you in room 107 right after this. Thanks.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appropriations Committee members, 9:15-ish tomorrow morning. We will be publishing the list of bills we'll be hearing in the calendar tonight. Please stay tuned.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joint Technology Committee. We're meeting tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. Be there. Thank you.
Seeing no further announcements or introductions. Announcement, Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it has been requested and brought to my attention that the Senate has already done it, and it makes me feel like an awful human being that I haven't done it before the Senate. But I'm going to relax our dress code for the next days we're in session, so it will be business casual because it gets very hot apparently in this building in June.
That's a great announcement. Thank you, Majority Leader Eskar. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you too, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, sir. Members, there's something I'd like to say to you. Something that I talk about and that I say to myself every morning, and it's something that I try to live by. And for right now and through this short period of time and for some of the jobs that I've got to do and that we've got to do, I like to say, God, please grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you.
Any other announcements or introductions? Seeing none, Majority Leader Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in recess until later today.